Hey world! Welcome to the Assassination of Primarch Magli Blackice, part of our Sagas of the Shimmering Seas series. No, I did not realize quite how alliterative that was when I did it. But that's okay. Too late now. That's why I don't use it that often. But nonetheless, it's part of our Sagas of the Shimmering Seas series. And with me, as always, is my fantastic and spectacular cast playing their awesome and interesting characters. I feel very lucky that I get to play with these awesome people. And we are all here, which is the best, as far as I can tell. So, just a quick check in on everyone's beliefs that we've got here and what we're working towards. Is everyone ready with their belief? Should I not call on someone last?
I've got too many beliefs, so honestly, knowing what other people are going for might help me narrow stuff down. But if I need to go first, that's not a problem either.
Nope, that sounds good. Let's start with Sawin, played by Jess.
Hi. I don't have one, but I'm gonna make one up on the spot. Salwin has taken time to prepare for Garhaz's memorial. Um, so his belief is going to be making sure that the event goes as smoothly as possible, while also making sure that very important people are there so they could hear his eulogy for their dearly departed friend.
Beautiful. Good luck with that. I think that's a great belief.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to apologize in advance that it's my job to challenge that. and make it difficult, because I would love it to just happen and be pleasant and wonderful. The wonderful Nia playing Kazan.
So I have a couple ideas, but it depends on a couple things. So is the event for Garhas? I didn't get a chance to watch the last session. Is that like a public thing?
Yes. Right?
Could I?
Yes, it's supposed to be a public thing because it's supposed to be not only his memorial service, but a dedication of the art piece.
Okay, so would it make sense if Kaz was there?
I
Okay,
don't.
then.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't see why she wouldn't be there.
Okay. Then her belief would be wanting to make sure that goes smoothly. Probably gonna run security there.
Okay, so your belief is you want to make this event run smoothly. You want to protect the people there and involved. Yeah, this event, if Samhain is successful, and we all know Samhain pretty well, so we can imagine that Samhain is, statistically speaking, likely to be successful. If Samhain is successful, then this event will be well attended by dignitaries and famous people, and quite the collection of many sorts of people. We've seen what happens when that happens in the Shimmering Seas before.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, I think, a good thing that we have someone who wants to protect them. Yeah, seems like a great belief. The wonderful Faye playing Juniper.
Hello. So my belief is that Juno wants to get the person who created the plague to stop the spread of it without killing her.
So specifically here, you are targeting the human, not the deity.
Yeah, the human, not the deity.
Great. So you want to stop the spread of the plague without killing her. Why do you want to keep her alive?
A little complicated. For one, she wants to see if there are other ways to break a contract with one of these people without, they may have to do something for Kaz. So, hello, here's this person on a silver platter. And also because she is kind of moving away from the let's just kill our problems thing. She wants to see if she can try another option first.
I think that's awesome. And a really great thing to have. I want to ask a tricky question here. Given the opportunity and the means and the method and the assumption that you would get away with it, would Juniper, in her current state of mind, assassinate the Primarch?
That's complicated, I think.
Too many.
I think he's done so much that's so bad, and he's like, it seems like he's not really accepting any opportunities to. He's not showing any opportunities to change. She hasn't met this person. She doesn't know who this person is. She doesn't know their motivations too well.
Mm-hmm.
But because she's seen the effects of what Blackice has done, she's still on board, I think. She's just a little conflicted.
Okay. Do you want to meet Blackice at some point, spend some time with him, see how that changes your opinions? Is that something Juniper's interested in looking for?
She is working with Stepwise in the council buildings. So if she is in a position to, do clerical work for him or get within that circle in some way, that might be interesting to see, I think.
I agree. I could see that being very interesting. And last, but certainly not least, the wonderful Sarah, playing Thomas.
So I think I've decided which one I'm going for. He just got effectively a post-it note from his god suggesting that it might be worth digging into some major events that have happened in the past, which have culminated in everything that we're dealing with now. The biggest event in this game, and honestly in this world right now, aside from the covering coming down, being the explosion at the Grand Accord. So based on this information, Thomas is going to start he's going to start trying to figure out how to find more information about who was involved with organizing it, because he was working with Illumina before everything went down, and see if there are people he can reach out to who knew more about the details of that day to try to figure out what may have happened.
I love it. That's a great belief.
Cue the Murder, She Wrote theme.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, we've got a murder mystery on our hands. Awesome. Well, that all sounds like good stuff. The first thing we see is posters plastered along walls. Some of them encouraging that we all rebuild together. Some of them encouraging that you join the army for the upcoming war. Everything is just coded in patriotic messaging, nationalist messaging. What government funds have been released to help people rebuild their homes that were destroyed in the night the covering came down is going to businesses that are very clearly aimed at helping people feel like they belong in Chalestra, like they are part of Chalestra, but with a somewhat narrow definition of what that should mean. There's a lot of glorification of the heroic sailor, the hero who sails the seas and accomplishes great tasks for their country. And so we open on just a poster of these images collected. Before I think the camera turns and we see Samhain. Samhain, this is the final day of preparation, the last day of preparation before the event of Garhaz's memorial. What are you doing at this moment? Who are you talking to? Who are you with?
I would be picking up something that I was having specially made for tomorrow's event from an artisan potter. Basically, it's just going to be like a really ornate sort of like jug or pail for Samhain to go fetch ocean water for Garhaz's funeral, and he'll be basically the intent is to it was like something that he commissioned the potter for that will like remind him of Garhaz, to sort of like a keepsake or a memento if he's not able to have any of like the plants that were in Garhaz's apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Then it'll just be used in the ceremony tomorrow at the end, and it'll just be something that he takes home.
Yeah. So the idea here is that it is a sorry, it's part of the ceremony, and I know that you're going to unveil what that ceremony looks like later. But for now, this is a pottery thing that's part of the ceremony, and it's your intention that it's going to be your own personal memorial to Garhaz as well?
Yeah, it's just gonna be like a personal, um, because with the way someone's organizing like the setup of the ceremony, like things are going to be provided to the people who are in attendance, but this is like so, and that's going to be on behalf of like the Temple of Tamden, like supplying those things for the ceremony. But Sawin didn't want to use something like that. Um, he kind of wanted something a little bit more personal.
So, what makes this personal? What reminds you of Garhaz in this pottery that you've commissioned?
Um, I think it would have been like details that like Garhaz would have like just like little reminders of like their conversations. So there's probably like, like detail of like, like a potato flour on it, or any of the other things that they would have talked about. Um, like during like, because I know that we've only shown like Samhain going there with the group. I would imagine that Samhain would have gone there even when he wasn't with the group.
Certainly, yeah.
So, just like maybe like inside jokes that are on like the pottery, so that like when Samhain looks at it, he can like rotate the jar depending on how he's feeling that day and just like ponder it because it's just gonna be in his house.
Yeah. And this potter is not the artist for the large installation piece. This is a different.
That's correct. Yeah.
Wonderful. Excellent. Yeah, the pottery is to your specifications, accomplishing these things. The artist is grateful for the work because there isn't a lot of work right now. I think you have a brief conversation about that. It doesn't. We don't have to really role play it out, but they mentioned that there's not a lot of work for artists in the city right now, and they may have to get another job doing construction. Obviously, they have some skills there, and their kiln survived, so they're capable of making pottery on the side. But it's going to have to go back to being a side hustle rather than their main business.
I think Samhain, like parts of me, like this is really, really macabre, but it was like the first thing I went to. And, like I think Samhain would just politely point out that we are going to war, and uh, while you might not have a lot of business now, it may have the potential to pick up in ways that you do not expect given your particular choice of art. Um, so I think that's something that you'll probably need to mentally prepare for if you aren't already preparing for it. I don't think he'd obviously he would tip the artist well. And I don't think he'd really say much more than that. I think that he would also probably just point out that, like, should this potter want to be in attendance tomorrow, Sawin will make a note to obviously like credit him for making this piece for him, and maybe that'll at least drive maybe business to him or them rather, and not to mention the fact that like Sawa knows nobles who might have money that they still want to throw around just because like the war hasn't officially started yet. It's only started in like, word, and it like nothing has more concretely happened, I guess.
Yeah. He thanks you very much for the invitation and accepts. He'll absolutely be at the ceremony tomorrow, and is very excited to go. I think he is a kobold artisan with like polka dot skin, sort of reddish hue with like yellowish patches on it. Almost looks it's not like bright yellow and bright red. It's all very muted and earth toned. And I think his name is Iklak. And he thanks you immensely for this opportunity. Okay,
Yeah.
where do you head from there? What's next on your long list of preparations or dramas or people you want to invite or artists you need to soothe or what?
I think invitations would have been sent out, and they would have been sent out to all the people with whom he has an outstanding boon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
So that means that it would have been the Primarch,
Mhm.
Lady Iria, the War Priest, whose name I've forgotten, the ex of Quick Eyes. I've forgotten his name.
Hey there.
That's it. I guess my boon was cashed in on Mela pretty early, so I mean he would still extend an invitation to her.
Mela will go. I think actually.
And then my art council buddy.
Yeah. Well, I think the entire art council will be there. They're likely to actually be, like, some of them are obviously nobles who will be attending the event, but most of the art council will be people who are like working the event with you in some degree or another, right? You've got sort of impresario duties, obviously, and the noble members of the art council have sort of elected themselves to be schmoozing duties before and after the event. And the more working class members of the art council have sort of been shuffled into ticket taking and like registration. It's a free event, of course, or whatever, but there's still organization, getting people to seats and things like that.
Samhain would also, damn it, it was in my head and it just completely ran out. Oh, Samhain also make sure to invite Mimsy too. Not that I think Mimsy knew Garhaz, but he's just doing it as a courtesy.
Yeah.
I think Samhain would go see Garhaz's family. If they are in Racy.
They're out of town. You could have contacted them before this. If you'd like to have done that, then you absolutely can, of course.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So you get in touch with them. They'll be there. This is a memorial for their. Garhaz was single, but his parents will come. Okay. Anyone else you're thinking of inviting? Anyone who you think is, or who you're worried might not attend, that you would like to attend?
Anybody that I would like to attend that I'm concerned about not attending. I guess the one that I am most concerned about is the Primarch actually attending.
Do you want to go extend a personal invitation to him?
Yeah, I think that might be needed.
Okay.
I don't have so much of a concern. Like I don't have. Like I have a feeling that Lady Iria will show up because Kaz is there, so I'm not concerned about her. Kellier, I don't really give a hoot necessarily whether or not he shows up.
Mhm.
I had assumed that if I get the Primarch to come, he will also come.
Yeah.
But I have concerns about Alepham being present, and I hope that he's conveniently out of town for this.
Okay. Well, let's go meet with the Primarch then.
Cool.
Is that an okay scene to have?
Yeah, that's an okay scene to have.
Great. So you make it to the town center where we have meetings. We had a ball here once, but the upstairs area has offices where people work. Juniper has a small side office here, and there's city records is here. It's basically city hall. You get to the Primarch's door to his personal office, and it's open. And you go in, and there's a secretary there. It's a human woman, and she looks at you.
Oh, don't I know her?
Yeah, you've met her once before, and she likes you.
Yeah.
You have a positive relationship. And she looks at you and she says, "Oh, Samhain, right?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm
what
well.
you
How are
doing?"
you?
Oh, I'm good. What are you doing here? I don't have an appointment.
I had sent the Primarch a invitation for an event I'm holding tomorrow, and I've not received a response. So I figured that maybe a personal invitation was needed.
Sure, yeah. Let me see. And she like looks at the scheduling book there and just flips through it, and she pencils something in. She says, can you wait for like half an hour? He's in a meeting right now. But after that, he's got about a 15-minute break, and I can squeeze you in there.
I'll be more than happy to wait.
She gestures to a seat for you and offers you something to drink. It's morning, so probably juice or tea is what they would typically drink here, or water.
Yes, someone will take the tea.
Mm-hmm. You are provided with tea. It is caffeinated.
Yay!
And
+1 attention span.
and she, yeah, and she like makes small talk with you a little bit before turning back to her work.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll be playing with my cards.
The door slams open loudly, and you hear from you hear the Primarch's voice. Don't even think about betraying me. It won't go well for you. And you see a halfling, clearly unhappy with the meeting that he just had, storm out of the room.
Have you seen Hubert?
Have you seen Hubert Songster before?
Yeah, I think so. Because like I did a whole bunch of research on him.
Great. Yes, this is Hubert Songshore, and you hear him shout, "I'm going back north. This is a waste of my time. You'll have your stuff, but some of it's mine too." And he just walks out.
Will it be super obvious if I cast Detect Thoughts? Is there a way for me to do that without Hubert knowing that I've cast Detect Thoughts?
I will allow okay, so here's the deal.
Yes.
I will allow a deception check, or no, I will allow a sleight of hand check to do this without him noticing you. However, you are committed the second you roll that. So if you fail, you can't back off.
I would like to use inspiration for this roll.
Feel free. That's what it's there for.
All right, pray for me. 26.
Nice. Yeah. Detect thoughts. That's a resistance, right? Is it intelligence or is it?
Hang on.
Or is it only actually for surface level? You're fine, right?
Yeah, it's just surface level thoughts. Yeah, it's just surface level thoughts. I'll put it in chat if it will let me put it in chat.
Perfect.
Boop, there it is. So
Beautiful.
what's on its mind? They don't really need to.
Yeah. So his surface level thought at this moment is, it's my people that discovered the pool of Earth's blood, not his.
Is there anything else that's playing in his head right now?
Yeah.
Obviously, besides swears about the Primarch. Because...
Yeah, it's definitely cursing about the Primarch. I think it's something stupid. Like, what's he even going to use it for anyway? At least I'm going to use it to make $1 million. What does he want it for? He's not trying to make money.
Okay.
Never should have agreed to this deal in the first place.
Okay. That's good to know.
And then string of curses. Magli. There's a creative one that replaces various aspects of black or ice with some curse word in his name. You know.
Well. So then Sawa's just gonna tuck that into his head, and he might have to make a dream call to Tis later on. We'll just yeah, he'll sit on that.
Okay. The assistant looks at you pointedly and says, and just mouths, "Wait here," and then like goes in and closes the door and leaves and holds her hand up to you, and then brings like a pot of tea into the office and sets it up. You notice that it's a different brand of tea than the one that she served you.
Do I know what it is?
Roll a nature check.
Okie dokie artichoke. I don't know what it is.
It's too far away. It's in a pot. She opens the door and looks at you and she says, "The Primarch is ready to see you now."
Thank you. Then I will walk in and see the Primarch.
The Primarch's office is really well kept. The floor is a soft blue rug that's just like looks like it would be very squishy to walk on with your bare feet. And everything in the room is incredibly nice. There's old furniture from old Chalestra. There's like an old armoire, which it looks like he uses to store paper. Probably was originally used to store clothing of some sort, but he's repurposed it this way. It looks like he has a closet there, and he's got a large ornate desk and a massive chair. And you can't help but think that that chair looks like a throne.
Like the Hydra throne? Does it look like the Hydra throne at all? Just out of curiosity. Is it stylized in that way?
Definitely know that. There are certainly similar elements, but I wouldn't say it's like a replica of it or anything like that. There's certain elements that are relatively common between all thrones, particularly tall backs, placed on a pedestal so that it feels higher people. This is like a little bit more reminiscent of that, but if so, it would be like an homage, not like a declaration. He's not sitting there saying, "I am the Hydra. I'm the Hydra Emperor."
Yeah, I didn't fully expect him to. Also because he's not.
Yeah.
He's a human.
Yeah.
But I was just curious if there was any like iconography on that, or if that was like something that would be along like his intent, I guess.
Yeah, roll an insight check for me for free.
Yeah. Insight. It's a 12.
Yeah, he's probably too nationalistic to take on a foreign thrones look. He might adopt certain elements of it, but he would very much co-opt it to make it Chalestrin. So there's just as much influence from like boating. And he smiles warmly when he sees you and says, "Samhain, the bard, sang that song at the party that went so poorly. How are you? And how is your work? How's the art council doing? I haven't been getting updates."
You should be receiving updates. That's part of my colleague's purview.
Oh, yes, I know. Lord Rumblebottom, right? Ugh, incompetent man. I put him on the council because, and I hope you don't mind that I speak frankly to you, but I put him on that council because I didn't want him to do damage elsewhere.
Samhain just smiles. Yeah, well, I could provide you with the update if that would be helpful. And then like Samhain will just briefly launch into like all the stuff that they've been doing. But my business here today, in your 15 minutes of downtime, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I had sent along a invitation for an art installation that's going to be happening tomorrow, and I was wondering if you would be so kind as to grace us with your presence.
Oh, fascinating. Can you tell me about this installation?
Yes. Sorry, that was Jess. Well, we are in the process of trying to sort of beautify the destruction that happened. Is it still a month ago?
A little over a month ago.
A little over a month ago. So what? So you, out of character, do you know that the place where Samhain was talking to Lord Oceanswell?
Mhm.
I decided instead of like a painting of Garhaz on the side of a building, I think I want to put a statue where the stage was.
Oh, beautiful. I love that.
Of Garhaz.
Mhm.
And that with like a plaque underneath of it.
Mhm.
So we were looking to beautify the space where like, you know, the stage was. And we're also in talks. I know we're getting into the fall season now, so it's not going to look as great as it will come the springtime, but we're looking to turn that back into sort of a park. And instead of having, like, you know, a stage there, it'll just be more open space.
How wonderful. A beautiful park. And sorry, who is this person who died? They died when?
How long ago did Garhaz die?
2 months?
Yeah, 2 months ago. They were a friend of mine, and they were brutally murdered in their bed.
A murder? Don't you think that's a ghastly thing to put up a statue to remember? Have we caught the killer?
Have we had an update?
No.
There's been no updates as to who had done the murder, which is rather unfortunate. But Garhaz was a pillar of his community, and he was a friend to everyone. And that's the part I would like to remember than the way I found him.
A bartender, you say? Or bar owner?
Bartender.
Where?
Out of character.
Soulwood Tavern.
Yeah, I know. No, I know. It's me telling him this,
Sure.
but
Yeah.
at the Soulwood. He was very passionate about his work.
goblin fellow, right? I think I'd seen
Yes.
him there. Oh, don't look askance at me, Samhain. I've been to the Soulwood Tavern. I wasn't always the Primarch, you know.
I'm surprised that you remembered him. That's all.
Barely. Still a good Chalestran citizen. One that it's good to build statues that glorify the individual Chalestran, those that make their living and their way here in our country, on the shores of our beautiful sea. You say the ceremony is tomorrow?
That is correct.
Well, I'll make sure that my assistant gets me there on time.
Yeah, someone will just have said, like, I sent the invitations out, like, he will make a comment that he had sent them out with enough time for the Primarch to respond.
Oh, yes.
But in a polite way, and he'd be like, I did send the invitation, like,
oh, yes, I'm sure you did.
Schedule.
I'm sure that you've done everything absolutely right. You have to understand, of course, that I received so many invitations to attend so many events, and what with the pending war and all, there's been a hold on me attending most public events for security reasons and also for just my own schedule. I'm a busier man than I was a month ago.
I understand.
Yes. Well, excellent. I look forward to seeing the event. Will you be performing?
I will be. I will not be performing tomorrow, but I am doing a speech on behalf in Garhaz's memory. And
It is good for friends to do so.
What was that?
It is good for friends to speak of their friends.
Yes.
A way to lay the dead to rest.
It's such a shame that this is the second time in a year that I will have to do this.
Yes.
Samhain will just stand up at that point and reach his hand out to shake the Primarch's hand.
Yeah, and the Primarch stands up and shakes yours as well. Well, thank you
How's the handshake?
How is it?
Yeah, what's the handshake like?
Yeah, perception or insight gets you different info. You can roll one or the other.
Can you tell me? Can you give me an idea of which one, or like what type of information I'll get? Like using either one, or am I just picking one?
Yeah, I think insight will get you sort of actions that betray emotions, and perception will get you actions that betray plans.
Okay. I'll do insight.
Okay.
That's also a 12.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How's the handshake? It's firm, and he smiles steadily, and there's no sweat on his brow.
Okay. Does he make eye contact with me? Is he looking past me, or?
No, he makes eye contact with you. He's he's a well-trained politician, and so when he's dealing with either someone or a crowd of people, he knows how to work a crowd. Someone is relatively resistant to these charms, and I, in general, as a game master, don't love rolling against players in this way. But this is someone who has a 20 in his charisma stat, and is also trained in persuasion and deception and all those things. So,
just like Solid.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So this is someone who is on par with you in terms of those abilities.
Cool. All right, that's fine. I mean, it's not really cool, but it's fine. Yeah. So
I mean, he's a politician, right?
Yeah.
So, but
I think someone would give him like an extra squeeze on like the 1, 2, and on the third one he'll just squeeze it a little bit and then like release.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your time.
A pleasure.
And then someone will walk out.
Yeah. So you start to leave the place, and oh boy, The assistant comes chasing after you briefly, and says, "Sorry, we were just going through our paperwork, and we realized that we don't have one of your forms on file. So I just wanted to give you this. But the Primarch will be there tomorrow, and just fill this out at your discretion." And she hands you an envelope with a piece of paper inside of it, and smiles at you and nods and turns and heads back.
Oh, what's this form for?
You were supposed to fill it out when you were appointed to the Art Council, but don't worry about it. You've got time.
I did fill out all the requisite forms.
I don't know what to say. This one just is missing from your file.
Okay. I will look at the form papers and he'll be like, "It's all right. I can fill it out while I'm still here if you don't mind."
Yeah. So you look out the form, and it's a Chelestran Citizenry Registry.
Okay. All right. Actually, someone goes, "Actually, I think I've got some documentation at my home. I'll bring this by later on this afternoon."
Of course. And she is already like halfway gone. She knew that it would take time or something.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I'm
Or doesn't
reading
know
it.
what it is. Also
What?
possible.
She doesn't know what it is?
Yeah, it's just she was just told to hand you a form.
Okay. Okay. A question over the table.
Go for it.
So someone moved here after like the whole stuff with Panarin went down. He would have filled out paperwork to move to Racy if there were any at that point in time. Is this paperwork
there would have been
different than?
Yeah, so why don't you roll an investigation check for me?
Yeah. And it would also be on file at the town hall,
Yes.
right? Unless someone pulled it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
6.
So with a 6, you recognize that like this is a lot more intensive than your previous stuff, and also this is a change. You basically filled out the equivalent of like, "Hey, I'm going to be living in Chelestra for a while. Allow me to do that." This is like, "No, I am going to become a Chelestran citizen." This is basically a conversion moment that's going on here. And I'm gonna let you stew with that for a second while I go check in on some of the other players, because
that's fine. I'll have more questions.
More questions are fine. Excellent. Let's go check in with Thomas. Who may or
Well,
may not
Thomas is about to strangle a man with his bare hands. He doesn't know why. He just gets this weird, violent surge, and it's so peculiar.
That's something that Kaz can relate to.
Oh, hey, yeah, want to go do another murder night? Just knock this shit out. Let's do it. Well, I mean, I suppose, based on what I stated for his belief and based on what happened with the ritual the previous day, we haven't done this in a while, but remember the rule we used to do where it was like, I know somebody?
Sure. Yeah. You want to do it?
Yeah. He's trying to remember someone who might have basically been doing for Illumina before the Grand Accord what Juno is doing for Mela now. Like someone who might have been like her girl Friday or person Friday and kind of like arranging things for her and basically been close enough to the action but not important enough to maybe be there when things went down.
Sure, yeah. Let's roll that charisma saving throw.
Saving throw?
Sorry, you're right. Straight up charisma check. Yeah. I think that this person has had a weird life. I think Thomas knows this person. I think that this person um, sort of was a convert to Illumina's like belief system, but before that was like a true party animal, out every night, drinking till dawn, celebrating with the nobles all the time. Just someone who was very fond of indulging in the finer things in life. Always the best wine, the best food, the best art.
Is their name Scam Likely?
Scam. No. Although I do appreciate that. No. I think their name is Lynette Greywind.
I'm just writing that down because I always forget NPC names.
Because I remember.
Wow.
And she's had a pretty serious conversion experience. She was that for a long time. She met Illumina, and Illumina basically convinced her that what she was doing was living very well at the expense of others, and sort of encouraged her to become sympathetic and empathetic towards people who were less well off, and became a big peace activist. And along those lines, she had some significance, but when Illumina died, she was not fully capable of putting herself back together by herself, and so she fell off the wagon a little bit, and is currently between homes and living on the streets. But you know her from her partying days, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, probably. Geez, that's really unfortunate. Can we say that like he learned about like what's happening and how she's living now from someone else that he knew, like word of mouth? Because if he knew that she
no, I think that's totally fair. I think that someone comes into the temple and like says, hey, can I get an extra roll of bread? It's not for me, it's for my friend, Lynette.
All right. No, of course. Sorry, what's your friend's name?
Her name's Lynette. Granny Lynette sometimes, but Lynette. She lives out on the docks, but she doesn't like coming in. She doesn't really trust temples anymore.
No, that's completely reasonable. I knew someone named Lynette once. He's gonna like ask about her and try to like figure out if it's her or not. And
you figure out that it's her.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't know everything because he's not super well,
sure.
So it's all like sort of vague things like, yeah, well, she talks about like some old times when she used to work for some bigwig. Never really says who it was though. Yeah, she sometimes has nightmares about explosions. Never really says what happened to her though. That sort of thing.
Yeah, totally.
But you're able to deduce this, and this is this person.
Yeah. Narrowing it down, yeah, he's going to obviously give them food and ask if he can, go with them to meet her to see if this is his former acquaintance.
Well, okay, but
I promise not to do anything to disturb her.
She doesn't like religious folk.
Oh, let me get changed.
Oh. And he like looks confused. He's never seen a priest outside of religious garb before. Like, wait, you can do that? Priests are people too?
Yeah, he goes and puts on something nice.
Yeah. So the guy takes you down to the dock ward district. And in an alley there that is almost a courtyard because one of the houses that is part of the alley's wall is burned down to a hovel, and is basically like the walls have collapsed, and now there's like a courtyard there. But the alley would be part of the courtyard, but there's still like this one remaining partially stoned wall there, and you see a very disheveled, larger woman. I think a lizard folk, just sort of leaning there, sitting there, and I think she's playing a knife game. Just with her fingers. It doesn't look exactly like your friend, but you can see your friend through the everything.
Have I seen her do that knife game?
Yes, definitely. As a party trick, 100%.
Yeah.
Very impressively. It was probably like a calling card. Like she'd bet people on how fast she could do it or something like that and make a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And then throw it away.
Of course.
Hey, Lynette. I brought you some. I brought you a sandwich, and this person here wants to talk to you. She turns and looks. She's got bangs growing over her eyes, and she's got a burn along the left side of her face and body.
Not quite a gambling hall, darling.
Thomas?
How are you doing?
What are you doing here?
I was talking to your friend and thought I'd go for a walk. How are you holding up?
Which one told you? Carlton? Is that you? You told someone I was here? I'm gonna skin you when I get you.
Is anyone else here?
What do you mean?
No, like that's over the table.
Oh, yeah.
Is anyone else here?
The boy that brought you scampers off. And I think you see two more at the end of the alley, sort of
Okay.
keeping an eye on you.
Gotcha.
She has like a little gang of people who are looking up to her or something.
Okay. His passive perception is bonkers now, incidentally. So
Yeah, no problem. Works for me.
I didn't know you were still in town. I wasn't sure what happened after everything. I'm sorry I wasn't there.
Well, a lot of people weren't. Just the 43 that died, and those of us who watched them be burned alive. You seem to have done well for yourself. Cleaned up nice.
It's been a bit of an uphill climb, yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't realize if there was anything that I could have done.
Sorry.
Well,
Sorry
I don't
for
know.
what?
Maybe that's pretentious. I didn't know you didn't have stuff to eat. I didn't realize.
I can look after myself.
I know. You shouldn't have to if you've got people in your life who are doing what they should, and I didn't, and I'm sorry.
It's not your job. Never was. You always like taking in strays.
Well, I just call it looking out for the whole family, but,
It's got that Tamden nonsense all over it. Or Yemis.
Ugh, no. Ugh.
So what you doing here?
Well, I was a little afraid of dredging up old memories, but it seems like they're never far away, huh? I'm trying to figure some things out. Speaking of Tamden, I know divine intervention may not have been on the menu for a while, but the covering's down now, and I've been fortunate. I'm saying this all wrong. A lot of people have suspicions about what happened, right?
Idiots. None of them want to know.
I'm so sorry, I didn't hear that.
None of them want to know. They're all idiots.
I'm very, very interested in anything you might know about that day.
I don't want to talk about it. Do you have a sandwich?
Yeah.
I smell food.
Yeah, absolutely.
She just like holds out a hand expecting it.
He shakes her hand. And he gives her a sandwich.
Takes it and starts eating.
And like a water skin and like a couple like carrots. Like, we're lousy with carrots. I've been doing this thing with vegetables in the temple, and now we're up to our ears.
She grabs the water skin and takes a sip, and then, is it water in there?
Yeah, it's water in there.
Yeah, she spits it out. Ugh.
What?
Where's the wine?
Oh my god.
She keeps eating the sandwich.
Yeah, not on an empty stomach. Thank you.
Do you want to roll a persuasion check here? Or insight? Or
I think a persuasion check would be good, but I think he's just going to spend a little while talking to her. Maybe about, I don't know, better times, and like respecting that she doesn't really want to talk about that right now, and just trying to, I guess, persuade her to keep in touch or not like scamper off like immediately.
Yeah.
And so
yeah, getting her onto the nostalgia train works out great. That's exactly the right tactic to use here. She's happy to talk about better times. And you guys know a lot of people in common, so there's a lot of swapping stories. And before you're at it too long, you realize that like you are actually like laughing at like a silly story about a prank that she played when she was young on this pompous older man, and blah blah blah. And I think that she knows like she knows a lot of people in common with you. You might have even been the one who introduced her to Illumina in the first place, since you met Illumina in prison. And like yeah, so yeah, you've got a lot of stories in common and a lot of people, and she's telling the same stories that she's always told, and you know them all, but like it's still good to hear them again. So
yeah, that's enough for him. This is incredible. Thomas is having an amazing time because so many of the people that they have stories about are probably gone now, and it's so nice to be able to talk to someone else who remembers.
Yeah. So that's going on, and I think she'll end that sort of reminiscent phase with laughter, right? Of course, all those people are dead now.
Well, we all go someday. I think it's the people who remember us that make it worthwhile. We've still got some more stories in us, right?
You'll remember me, Thomas, when I'm gone?
I remember everyone, but I will definitely remember you. Gods know it's my bad luck. I'll probably outlive everyone, and then there'll be no one left to tell stories with. I'll be talking to my reflection, or some nurse I think is someone we knew 30 years ago in the end.
You with a nurse.
Don't put it past me. At some point, I'm probably going to have to go on the lam just to evade Oceana.
How's your kid?
She's doing well. I'm a bit worried. She was supposed to come by town, and that would have been nice, but then the world went to hell again. So
She always had Smart girl.
Oh, absolutely. She's
Troublemaker, though. I like it.
you know who she is. She's better than the best of all of us put together, as far as I can tell.
And she knows who she is, too.
You try to trust that. I did not anticipate ever worrying over a child. I rather fobbed that off, but it happened anyway.
So what did you come to ask me? I mean, I know that you came here all concerned about my well-being, but I'm fine. As you can see, I've got my people. They look out for me. And I've got my alley. But you came looking for something.
If an Amina and them were killed, we're trying to make sure, myself and a few others, that people in power now don't actively shit on her memory the way they're trying their best. We're trying to figure out maybe the truth about what happened that day. If it's something that could help remind people why they were listening to her, why we were trying to do what we did, why the Grand Accord was something to aspire to rather than tearing the world apart looking for each other's blood.
No one believed me. I told people. I told everyone. I told anyone that would listen to me. It wasn't an accident, of course. Everyone knew that, but no one believed me. There was a dwarf. She walked in looking like an official. She walked over to the dwarven delegation, and they all nodded like they knew her. I didn't know her. But she was there. And there was a tiefling who walked in, and I noticed, I was serving him food, but I noticed he wasn't looking at me, and I saw that he was looking at the dwarf. And then there was a human, but not like any human I'd seen before. His skin seemed off, like it was too big for his skeleton, and he had lumps along his face, it seemed to me. And he walked in, and the tiefling started to sweat, and the guy just walked up and whispered something in the tiefling's ear, and the tiefling nodded and looked at the dwarf, and then the dwarf nodded. And then everyone was frozen. I could see the dwarf concentrating really hard. She had her eyes closed, just keeping it really tight and stiff and just doing something. People stopped speaking mid-speech. There was no conversation. It was massive. It had to be some sort of paralytic magic. And then the weird human just walked through this mass of paralyzed people, and with a small dagger just slit each one on the arm 3 times. Just cut, cut, cut. including myself. She twitches and grabs her own arm. And then he walked out of the room and nodded to the tiefling. And that's when the tiefling just summoned this fireball. But it wasn't like a normal fireball. It was bigger, but he held it in place. He kept it there. It wasn't just an explosion, it exploded outwards, and then it just stayed there like a wall of fire. Or, I don't know, something. I'll never forget it.
How on earth did you survive?
A bunch of us did. A lot of the people on the outskirts. I don't know what happened, though. Most of them denied that this happened. I tried to get someone to confirm or something, but a lot of them just denied that it happened. Maybe it was where I was, or maybe they were bribed. I started to feel like I was going crazy that I'd seen this and no one else had. But there I was, just, and no one would listen. And I would tell people about this man with just bumps all along his face. The paralysis was still on. So while we were burning, we couldn't scream.
Sounds like sounds like some kind of a ritual. I mean, I'm sure it's crossed your mind. What was the significance of cutting everyone in a certain place a certain number of times?
I mean, I don't know.
Of course, of course.
And I think, Thomas, I'd like you to roll a persuasion check.
Mm.
I'd really like you to do well in this if possible.
Can I do it at advantage?
I will allow it.
It's 16.
That's fine. Yeah. She's not going to run off. This is her home. There's a part of her that feels like she shared something and now has a desire to skedaddle, get out of here, disappear. But she's not going to.
Can I do an insight check to see if I'm getting that vibe?
Yeah.
That's a 17.
Yeah, she's skittish and doesn't want to keep talking about this. That doesn't mean she's unavailable to talk about it in the future, but she's probably locked up for now.
I won't apologize for asking you about this because I intend to use what you've told me to get to the bottom of some kind of justice or some kind of use for Lumina and them, but I know this wasn't easy, and I want to say thank you, and I promise I'm going to use this to change things. There's a lot of what you've told me, people I know, we can... I've got a friend who's just a crackerjack researcher. You should see this foxhole with some books. I mean, it's intense, and several other true and noble people.
And I think on that moment, if it's all right with you, we'll cut the scene.
Sure. Is it okay for him to like ask if there's anything he can do for the kids that she's watching out for? Like make food deliveries regular or something?
Yeah, absolutely. And they'll say yes. That would be great.
Okay.
And we'll appreciate that. Yeah. Juniper, hi. How you doing?
Hi, I'm doing well. Not nervous at all.
It's such a happy game with so many positive and joyous scenes. And
Yes.
no tension at all. Sorry, everyone. Okay, yes, Juniper, you were saying.
I have an idea that came to me just now.
Okay.
Or when Solomon was doing his thing. Would it be possible for Juno to conspire with Thomas to see if during the ceremony or after the ceremony, at least after Samhain speaks, because we don't want to be rude, to maybe cast some spells on Mercury to make him as undetectable as possible, and then give him the poison that Juno has kept this whole time and put it into Blackice's drink?
Are we going to have an actual assassination attempt?
Maybe not necessarily an assassination attempt, because the poison makes you speak the truth. It's the one that has the unicorn stuff in it.
That's right. Ooh, nice, beautiful.
So I was thinking, karmic justice, maybe,
Yeah, you wanna poison him with that? Yeah, sounds good to me. Yeah, you can make that plan.
Okay.
Whether Thomas,
Thomas, are you good with it?
Oh, I'm down.
Okay. But aside from that, I think she would be preparing to speak with her new friend. So she would probably let she's already let Thomas know. She would let Samhain know that she's going to be speaking to a person who has made a contract with Plague. Just so people are aware.
Yeah.
She may not tell Kaz just yet because she is listening to Kaz's mom on this one. I'm so sorry, Kaz. But yeah, so I think really mostly what Juno's going to be doing is that, and she may ask Alam about his he said that he was going to do research into fox folk, and she was going to see if he actually picked anything up from there.
Sorry, say that again. I got distracted for a second. My bad.
Oh, no, you're good. She was going to he had said in the very beginning when she first met him that he was going to do some research into fox folk, and because she is looking into alternative ways of using abjuration magic, she is going to ask him if there's anything he's learned.
Sure.
About her.
Is this at the lighthouse?
Yeah, this would be at the lighthouse.
So you join him there. He's sitting down as always. Juniper.
Hi. How are you doing?
Oh, the world
is a mess.
A lot.
Yeah, and I might have dragged you into some things earlier. I do apologize for that.
I don't mind so much. That's sort of like, well, I haven't had a friend for a long time, and this is sort of like having a friend.
Yeah, we get each other in trouble. That's how it works.
Exactly, and then help each other with the trouble.
Hopefully. Speaking of, I might, you might want to make yourself scarce on Tuesday. Just because I may be meeting with someone who has made friends with a person who recently appeared last month, and she's going to just
I appreciate your circumspect nature. It seems appropriate considering the environments that we're in, but I understand what you're saying, and Are you sure you want me to make myself scarce? Would you prefer my assistance?
I mean, if you want to be in the area just in case something goes down, because might be a bit of a plague situation. So,
Like a sneak attack. I'll sit at a different table. I'll sit at the window. And then if you need me, you can tug on your earlobe. Oh, wait, no, I'll be looking out the window. I won't be able to see.
I'll probably just shout.
Perfect. Excellent. And then I'll turn around and be there to help you.
Yes. I'll be like, oh my gosh, you were there this whole time? Who knew? Perfect. Man, you're so great at this. And just being genuine about that. Yeah, no, man, great team. I was actually wondering, because there's all this stuff going on with, the world is on fire. I have been looking into alternate forms of, abjuration magic. And I honestly think I've limited myself because I don't know anything about how fox folk use their magic. I mean, they don't go to the towers like other people do.
Not typically, no.
And they seem pretty insular from what I've heard.
Broadly, there are some elf tribes that are in better relationships with them. There's a group known as the Tiri Kitor. Are you from Sunera? You're from Sunera, of course, originally. I don't know how aware you are of the Tiri Kitor.
I probably am not.
They're, well, all these things are, of course, a matter of perspective, but they're anti the Suneran government. And anti the Tawan government. They feel like the Suneran government is made of people who were appeasers to the Tawan government, despite overthrowing the Tawan government. It's not a totally intellectually cohesive position, but it is an understandable one emotionally. The Tiri Kitor were largely groups of elves that never submitted to Tawan under any circumstances ever. And they lived through that 10,000 year period more or less in a state of guerrilla warfare. Yes.
Wow. So, just stopping by and saying, hey, what's up? Can you let me know about all of the magic that you've probably learned would probably be a quick ticket out of there.
Well, to be fair, the Tiri Kitor are elves, and I do know that they have relationships with fox folks, but I don't know that the fox folk groups in the area, I don't even know really what they're called, have as strong opinions as the Tiri Kitor do. That's certainly options there. And there are other fox folk groups as well. I know that there's a fox folk speaker. His name is Speaker Lor Aksu S. And he's the speaker for the trees.
For the trees?
Yes.
Well, I guess they would need a speaker. Where is he?
How much do you know about your own religion?
We have a religion?
Well, a cultural religion, Suneran. Not fox folk specifically, but Suneran.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I know sort of about that, but I was kind of busy studying when I was there.
Sure, yes. So, highly placed people in your Suneran culture are called speakers. They are speakers who speak for the tribe or for the people and things like that. They're frequently religious leaders more than political leaders, although, again, religion is a very open-ended thing. But when they reach a certain status, they go through a ceremony where they are given a speciality, usually a creature or a aspect of the world that they are then named speaker for. So speaker for the trees would be the one that, and that's a very important job in Sunera. And it's run by a fox folk right now.
Wow, that's really impressive. What was his name again?
Speaker for the Trees is his title, and most people refer to him as Speaker or Speaker of the Trees. But Lor, middle name Aksu, last name S.
Lor Aksu S. Okay. And they might have some kind of insight into, they seem to be more based in nature anyways. I mean, we have issues with our crops going on right now. I don't think Sunara and Chalestra are very close, but
That might be an
maybe
excellent project if you're trying to emphasize the. I mean, I know that you have sort of a interest in the grand accord, to some extent or another, is my understanding passively from just our conversations. But that might be the sort of thing that could help. I mean, I'm trying to feel. Pardon me, while I think of a circumspect way to say this. Leaders of societies in general are to some extent ruled by the will and popularity of their people. Even a dictator cannot ostracize all the people in their lives without expecting to be overthrown on some level. And, you know, if you are trying to, what's the word? Well, if in general, if a society is in a position where it's trying to create better ties between each other, then projects that are popular among its people will be, to a certain extent, forced, theoretically, to be popular among its leaders.
okay. That's definitely a start. I bet I could probably get information as to how to reach out to them through my work. If
Yes,
I
he's
ask the right
at
questions.
Old Zaka right now, last I heard.
Olzaka?
Yes. You know
Which,
about Old Zaka.
where is that?
In Sunera, on the eastern edge of... Do you
Look,
know nothing of your people?
no, not really.
I'm so sorry. I don't
I
mean
mean-
to make you feel bad for something that's probably been a problem for you. I apologize deeply for my attitude. It is inappropriate.
No, it's not. It is kind of becoming a bit of an issue because everyone who sees me here tends to go, "You're not Celestian." But then when I was there, everyone was like, "Who are you? You show up to school for an hour a day." But that was a completely different situation.
Yes, of course.
But I didn't really spend that much time getting acquainted with anybody there. I just kept my head down and came here as soon as I got the call.
Old Zaka is one of the world trees. There are only 2 in the world. Not all Sunerans recognize it as such. They just think it's an old tree that they kind of deal with. But it's an awakened tree that knows much and serves as a being of quite of some power. It's in many ways not dissimilar to your friend Thomas's friend for some people.
Oh,
Your friend Thomas's friend. You know which friend I'm
Yes.
talking about.
yeah, no.
Yes. And yes, is sort of functions like that, but it's also a place of much religious and powerful significance for your people. A lot of ceremonies have occurred there, a lot of major historical events. Tribes frequently will migrate there to have ceremonies to name a new clan leader.
Oh, well.
Less common now these days, of course, now that most Sunerans live in cities. But, you know, still, nonetheless, an important part of your culture and history.
Yeah, I guess so. I will have to research it so I don't just take your word for it. So he's there right now.
Mm.
Okay. Well, that is one avenue. I guess if you need information, you go straight to the highest source. But how do you know? Well, no, I almost asked how you knew so much, but you're technically a watcher, so yeah, never mind.
I don't mind you asking. I'll answer I was a watcher if that's the appropriate answer.
Well, yeah. And I don't know, over the table, she probably wouldn't know how far it is from there. Like, this isn't a day trip kind of thing that she could do.
No, by boat it would be maybe 10 days, 8 days.
Oh, no, definitely can't afford that right now. Okay.
But you don't know where this person is, so that's something, at least for now. People
Yeah.
move.
Yeah, for sure. All right, yeah, I'll thank him for that. And aside from that, I think that was the main thing that she wanted to do. but and actually she will go, you know, the oh hell fucking no thing that you said earlier.
Mhm.
How how bad hypothetically would it be if I completely ignored that advice?
Juniper, 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 Juniper.
Is it because I'm level 8?
um, I'm kind of having an internal struggle here about how I should react to this. Because I feel like my choices are either ask you to let me know so that I can conspire to be very far away when you make this very horrific mistake, or ask you to let me know so that I can be present and attempt to help you. And I'm not quite certain where we are in terms of our friendship at this point, and I'm a little stressed out about it. This is a stressful moment for me. I know
Oh,
it's not as stressful for you, and that's perfectly that's perfectly reasonable. But I'm just sort of thinking this whole thinking this whole thing through.
yeah. Well, you know, it's not for you, obviously. You know,
No,
you'll be fine.
yeah,
Um, and you know, what's the worst that could happen if, you know, something goes wrong? Anyways, you know, it's the second option. It's the last. It's like plan F. Um,
Can we push your skills a little bit more before we make a decision like this? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just my take, but and it's also I don't always have the best perspective on these things because of my perspective being, "Yeah," and you're like, "Yeah," and it's all like I don't mean that in like a mean way, but like there's a "Yeah," and "Yeah," and like so I don't always see the difference between like "Yeah," and "Yeah," and "Yeah," and "Yeah," and like.
so like, okay, how many tails are we talking?
I, Five good, maybe.
5 more?
No, I'm talking maybe 5 total. I don't know. I mean, I don't.
It's okay. I won't bother you with it. It's probably not even going to be a thing that needs to happen.
Well, if it does need to happen, then please do let me know so that I can come and provide what assistance I can provide when I provide assistance to you doing the thing.
Well, you know, do you think I might need more assistance? You know, my friend who has a lot of friends was considering something like that.
You have a friend with a lot of friends. Oh, okay.
Someone, you know, someone.
Yes, of course. Yes. More assistance is always better than less assistance, of course. Sure.
Well, okay, let's take this a different route. What if you know, you spoke in your book about mass rituals.
Yes.
Would something like that be able to, if something like that were to happen, if it was multiple people?
Sure, yeah. If you can create a unifying force and get everyone aimed and oriented in the same direction with the same goals, you can accomplish a lot.
Okay. All right, that might be an option. Well, thank you. Sorry for scaring you.
No. It's fine. I deserve it. Sometimes it's good. It's good to
I don't think you deserve to be scared.
every once in a while. It's good to just remember what that feeling is of nervousness.
Well, look, I'll make you some nice tea, and you should come over to the house sometime. I'll make you some nice tea. I'll make you some scones. I don't think you've had my scones before.
Nope.
And we will just go full on into some of that really weird abjuration magic.
Great.
And not talk about it at all.
That sounds super great. I'm super down.
Okay, let's do that after the Garhaz thing.
Yeah. Can you roll a persuasion check for me quickly?
Sure. She's like, please be okay. 15.
Yeah. He's gonna like immediately start like going into a lecture on magic and
No.
protection.
Okay.
And I think that I am going to grant you an ability for free at this point from your interactions with him. This probably won't come up into play right now, but
Yeah.
may come into play later. And I'm just gonna message it to you on Discord, but you will know what it is instantly.
Sweet. Thank you.
But it feels appropriate considering who you are and what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Thank
Okay.
you.
No problem. Okay, beautiful. And we'll call that a scene. And check in with Kaz. Sorry, it's been so long. We're having long scenes in our first half of our episode, and probably one long group scene in the second half. We'll see. Kaz, how are you doing?
Just peachy. Super peachy. So I assume by now I would know the details of like the venue and stuff like that. So I guess I'll be wanting to spend the day preparing for that. So that involves familiarizing myself with the venue, really scoping out like any possible escape routes, exits, entrances, all the typical security stuff. Probably since Lady Iria's going, I assume she was invited. So probably bringing that whole security guard team with me, giving them different assignments. What else? I would probably,
No, please keep going.
I would probably want to kind of give I don't know how knowledgeable everyone is, all the security guards, that is, but I'd probably want to give them a rundown of just like first aid and fire safety stuff.
Yeah. Did someone hire Kaz to be security for this event? Or would someone like write a note that says Kaz can be in charge of security? I'm just checking in. Because it's a slightly different positioning if you are there as like you are Lady Iria's personal security, and like therefore people may listen to you. But if you're there on someone's authority, then like everyone's obligated to listen to you. You know?
Yeah, I would do it either way, but it would be different whether.
Yeah, it's just I'm trying to understand. And Jess is seeing the the challenge that I'm putting before her. But keep going.
Yeah, because if someone says like, please put Kazan in charge of it, it's like I now have a definitive tie to Kazan.
Yeah, you certainly do not have to hire me.
On the other hand, Kaz is by definition better at security than any NPC.
That is correct. Does she still technically have her job with the town guard?
Officially, yes. We've sort of decided to narratively elide that for a while, for obvious reasons. But yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't know if he could like request her alter persona.
Yeah.
And like request like and do it that way.
How do you feel about that, Nia?
I'm okay with that. I would be a lot of collaborating with myself. Yeah. Kamala and Kazan.
Yeah. I kind of love it.
Like write myself letters.
Or so wait, like
we're getting Kamala another job offer? Sorry, just
yes.
Just put that in there.
Or at least the guard that we know we have been okay with. He's still alive, right?
Yeah, Captain's still alive.
I think I would put the request in with the captain, but I think I would give Kazan a private heads up.
Right. Yeah. So I think that Kaz, you know that Captain is there and that he's got like official town guards there. There's probably also private security there. First of all, because all the nobles have private security, including Lady Iria. But also just because the like town guard doesn't want to just take people off the streets entirely for this one event. So there's a lot of yes, there's a lot of things. Chairs are being set up for this event, and various sort of sundries. It looks like it's going to be a relatively large event. People are expecting a crowd, and there's room for people to back up. And you are there in an official capacity when you want to be, and in an unofficial capacity when you don't want to be. I feel like someone has navigated this trap that I set for him with fluidity and grace, and you can do basically. You're in the perfect situation right now.
Wonderful. Okay, well, I imagine a good amount of time would be spent just on becoming really familiar with the ins and outs of the place in case we need to make a speedy escape or such and so forth. Other than that, I did want to kind of get in touch with healers in the area.
Got it.
Like in nearby temples, and I would assume that Kaz knows some things about first aid, but not a whole lot, having relied on her abilities. But since she doesn't have that anymore, maybe see if she can get some lessons or sit in on their work.
Absolutely. Yeah, beautiful. Sounds good to me. As you are doing all this, you notice that there's rows of folding chairs that have been set up for people to sit and watch this art dedication. And someone has just walked in and is sitting in one of them. Almost as if like he expects the event to happen soon, but it's not until tomorrow. He looks like an old man. His back is hunched, and he's got just a little bit of paunch, and he's leaning heavily on a staff, just sort of looking like this. But he's clean shaven and long white hair. He's just sort of sitting there. And you notice that like one of the event staff people who's setting things up goes over to try and like escort this guy to leave, and he just waves his hand, and she just seems to forget what she's doing there and turns and walks away.
Okay. At this point, I'm probably Kamala, so I would approach, sit down across from him. So, can I help you?
No, young one. Probably the only person in the world who could call Kamala young one. Because he looks like he's like Yoda aged.
Well, the event's not until tomorrow. So.
Okay. I'll wait.
You'll wait here? I would rather you did not do that. It's not really a place of lodging.
I don't need lodging. Big things are happening. Big things are happening. And I don't intend to miss them.
I don't think the big things will happen overnight. Unless...
Depends how fast things come. And what time things happen.
So I want to use my divine sense, which would let me detect any celestial
He's undead.
fiend. He's undead. Hey, so who
that
are you?
Tickles.
Yeah, I figured you would feel that. What are you doing?
I'm just here to watch a ceremony. Rituals are frequently attended. What's wrong with that?
Who are you? And what are you?
I've had many names. What do you want to call me now?
Well, I wouldn't know.
Oh? You've never named something?
I named my dog
And what did you name him?
Latka.
Latka.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good name for a dog. Strong name.
That's
Is
why
he
I
a strong
picked it.
dog?
Definitely.
Celestial.
Makes me really uncomfortable how you just know things.
Yes, it would. But don't worry. I'm not anything to worry about. I just want to see the ceremony.
Is there a name you've been called that I would recognize?
Who knows? I don't know everything in your life. I'm doing no harm. I'm just here. I'm hiding my true nature so no one will know. I don't want to upset anyone. I just intend to watch the ceremony. See what happens.
But it's very creepy.
I'm sorry, it's creepy.
Very creepy.
Creepy.
Yes.
Oh.
And you won't even tell me who, again, or what you are.
Well, you could call me Jingle.
Jingle.
Or I don't know. I kind of like Jingle. It's got a nice ring to it, wouldn't you say?
Sure. Jingle.
He smiles broadly and you see missing teeth. Some people call me the pallid one, but I've always thought that was dramatic.
I'm sorry.
The pallid one?
Well, that's what I thought you said. God. Why do I keep running into people, creatures like you?
Are you a conduit?
No. I mean,
Then
I
I
don't
have
even
no answer.
know.
Perhaps you just throw yourself into important events.
Perhaps. Why do you say something big is going to happen here?
I got a message from an old friend. Said that I should be here. Said sometime between, well, today and 3 days from now, if I sat in this spot, I would see something that would impress me. We have a little bet going on, you see.
That's interesting. So, who's your friend? Do I know them?
Oh, no.
No?
No.
Heard of them?
No one in living memory would have heard of him.
I see. What's this bet about?
Who can do the more impressive thing?
I see. So your friend is going to be doing something to impress you here in the next couple of days or sooner?
I don't think it's specifically to impress me. We don't target each other. It's more that as we each work towards our own goals, we do impressive things and try to one-up each other.
Interesting.
You can tell your captain that I am quite intent, that I am not going to do anything to harm or disrupt or disturb this ceremony in any way. I'm just going to sit quietly here, hidden inside this illusory form.
I get it. You're here to watch.
100%.
Well, then, I won't. I'll tell the others to leave you alone, but I'm curious as to what kind of goals your friend has.
Oh, he wouldn't tell me, but he's crude and obvious.
In what way?
Some power comes from brute strength. Other power comes from knowing where to put the knife or the scalpel. He is the first type.
Let's see.
That's why they locked him away for so long.
You don't say.
I wouldn't worry about it, though. There's nothing that you can do.
Nothing.
The gods have spoken.
Not even
The die has been
canceling
cast.
the event.
Sorry, say again?
Not even canceling the event itself.
I think that, well, I look forward to the event because I appreciate the craft of your kind. Art is one of the greatest accomplishments, and one that I value immensely.
It is, but you're saying your friend values brute force or employs the use of brute force. That and art don't really mesh.
Well, then we are an odd couple of friends. Do you agree with all your friends on everything?
Probably not. But in this case, it's a disagreement between your friend and what this event is for and the safety of the people at this event.
You'll probably have plenty of warning if it happens. He's not subtle.
Well, if you're saying there's nothing I can do about what is to come, I
don't
don't see
know
why.
what is to come. He told me to be here. He wants to surprise me. I would tell you if I knew, I promise you.
Well, so far, what I've heard, the surprise won't be one that I would like, or many others. So maybe we should have the event canceled.
Okay. I'll still be here.
You'll still be here. With no one here, no event. Something will still happen here.
Yes. The die has been cast. There is no choice.
This is uncomfortable.
Would you feel better if I leaned against the wall so that I was more hidden?
Yeah.
Or perhaps cast an invisibility spell on myself so that I was
No.
invisible?
No, not that one. I'd like to be able to see you, you know.
Is that
It'd make
true?
me more uncomfortable. It would make me more uncomfortable if I knew you were watching me, but then I couldn't even see you.
Oh, you mean this form, the illusion. Sure. No problem.
Yeah.
Is there anything else? Officer?
No, I don't imagine I'll get anything else out of you, nor would me just stabbing you. Probably wouldn't accomplish anything either, I imagine.
If you lean towards violence, I'll lean towards mental manipulation. Wipe your melody. Erase
Yeah.
a portion of the song.
Uh-huh. Sounds great. Well, then I'll leave you be for now. Though I guess it doesn't matter to you since you'll be here no matter what.
Yes. Do you leave?
Mm-hmm.
What do you tell the guards? Or the event planners or anything?
I say to just leave that person be for now.
Okay.
Don't mind him.
Okay. Yeah, and you have set up that there's a good guard situation there. There's a lot of protection at the event. There's also local healers that are on standby and ready for any problems that might occur. It sounds like is what you want to do, and also get a little bit of like herbalism kit training yourself. Was that the idea?
Pretty much, yeah.
Cool. Why don't you add a herbalism kit to your inventory? And
Okay.
with that, we will take our break. We're a little bit late for a break, past due. But I think when we come back, it'll be tomorrow and the day of the event, if that's okay with everyone. Great. Then that's the plan. We'll see you in 10. welcome back, everyone. We had to do a card reading over break, and it was as scarily accurate as they always are, and as disturbing as they always are, and as premonitious as they always are. And I think that's swell and awesome. As always, I like to take a moment here to recommend that if you are enjoying our stuff, that you take a moment to reflect on your life and think about where you have privileges and where you have power, and think about how you want to diversify that in some way, shape, or form. Find ways to support those that are less well off than you, particularly LGBTQIA people, people of color, people of a different socioeconomic bracket than you, people in countries that are less well off than you. Look for a way to support them. How you do that, that's between you and yourself. I don't have an answer. Money is frequently useful. Time and resources is frequently useful. And patience and support is frequently useful for everyone. I think that right now the world is a rough place in a lot of ways, and a lot of people are using that as an excuse to be particularly hard on themselves. And while I understand that impulse, I encourage you to not do that, and instead try to find a way to appreciate yourself and the people in your life as much as possible. Additionally, if you're liking our content, I highly recommend you check out some of our other shows. We've got shows on this channel every Sunday, Monday, Thursday, and Friday, which is pretty swell. Sunday, Monday, and Thursday are all taking place in the same world. There are 3 of my 5 games that are actually being run in this world right now. 2 of them are off stream. Pardon my cough. I haven't been able to shake this lung thing. And they're a lot of fun. Our Sunday game is undergoing the Gauntlet right now, a battle for supremacy in a combat situation where in between each combat, they try to socially manipulate the world so that they can get more favor out of doing well in this competition. And on top of that, the competition's really hard. They almost died in round 1. They almost died in round 4. They demolished round 5, and there's 1 round left, and it's by far the hardest round. No questions asked. It's a cool trick that I play on my players here. It's a strategy that I've done before, and it's one that I've written about before and posted about before, but they don't know what it is, so I'm not going to tell you in advance, just in case you happen to be one of them. Although they've kind of guessed, but that's okay. Anyway, it's a classic trick of mine, and I love it, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And then we've got this game where we fight fascists, fictional fascists, and with fictional resolutions to fictional fascist problems, and it's a lot of fun. And then our Thursday game is our classic Dungeon Delve. Right now, though, they are in the middle of forming a Dungeon Explorers Union, which I think is the greatest thing in the world. I'm really excited to see how that plays out. It'll probably be harder than they think it is. That's the nature of these things, for a lot of reasons. And well, from that perspective onward, they are going. And then on our Friday game, we have. We change systems regularly. We check out a lot of different RPG systems. We just finished a long run of Beneath a Cursed Moon. We played 5 episodes there. It was a lot of fun. Marcus, our producer, who was also in the Thursday show, ran that game. It was fantastic. At the end of it, we got to consign Dracula's soul to hell. I sacrificed Dracula. It was the highlight of my life as a player in any game right now is I got to sacrifice Dracula. And I'm going to be telling that story for a while, I'm sure, I guess there's no parties anymore, but next time there are parties, I'll be telling that story at the party. I got to consign Soul Attractive. But next up, we're going to play a game called Quest. If you're not familiar with Quest RPG, it's a very sweet and well-meaning RPG that is very easy to learn. So if you've been intimidated by role-playing games and uncertain by them, then this might be the game for you to watch. We're going to do character building on stream on Friday. It's a very simple character building process. So you'll see how simple and elegant it is. And then we're going to play a little bit of the game as well. Should be a grand old time. And I highly recommend you check that out. Again, Nia. Nope. Down there is in that. And I have no idea what character she's going to build, but I think we're going to have a grand time. So come check that out on Fridays. The whole calendar is below in the doobly-doo. Excellent. Sawin. I feel like you are the game master right now because you are the organizer of this event.
Yeah.
So I am going to cede control right now to you.
Okay.
What does this event look like? What's the setup? We're going to start our Memorial Garhaus. What time of day does it occur? Where is the nature of the business? What's going on?
It would definitely take place, like I said, in that green where Sawin performed previously, where there was the burnt out husk of like the stage. The stage has been removed. There's been work done in conjunction with horticulturists to try to make the area look as nice as possible. Obviously, since we're going into fall, it's not going to look it's like as it's not going to look as nice as it will in the springtime when everything's blooming. Like there's some um late season summer things blooming and things that will crop up in the fall, but it's very sort of subdued. It's not going to be like super bright and cheery, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think the event would take place. What's the weather like?
It's actually it's there's it's a little cloudy, but it's high cloud, so it's probably not rain. It's just like
Okay.
sort of makes the sun that sort of diffuse color that sort of hurts one's eyes a little bit when you look at it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not unpretty. It's a pleasant day. People would typically be out on a day like this.
So I think the ceremony would like start at 11, so I'm expecting people to start like shuffling in at around like 10.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's a podium set up where Sawin's going to speak from, and he's already gone to the ocean and put water in this container for the end of the piece that he's going to speak.
It's high tide. Just so you're aware.
Okay. Yeah, so Sawin wouldn't have to walk in too far. Sawin's dressed nicely. He's wearing like a suit. Like so what he's doing is he's observing like sort of like customs for like attending a funeral in like Terra Vest.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's just something that he's always grown up with. But he's also like trying to do his best to observe the rights that like would have been afforded to Garhaz. I think he would just double check with the family, like check in on the family too. I know you said that they were out of town, but I'm not sure.
They've come in for the event.
Okay. So were they just like away to like have time away from Racy, or did they move out of Racy?
They were never locals to Racy. Garhaz moved away from his family. His family lived sort of in the outskirts in one of the tribal communities, more hunter-gatherer sort of vibe to their society.
Okay, that's still in Chalestra, right?
Yeah, they're still Chalestrans. And I think on top of that, I said before that he only had parents, but I didn't. I checked my notes, and he had a sister as well, who came up once briefly. So his sister is sort of escorting his parents. I think his parents are really old. They're how old you are is partially a matter of perspective, but they definitely they act and vibe older. They move slowly, and part of that is grief, and part of that is age. But their daughter, Garhaz's younger sister, takes care of them. Yeah.
I think you would also double check with the family too to see if they want to say their piece. I mean, he would understand if they want to leave it up to him because they probably don't know Sawin super well. But he would have been in regular correspondence with them after Garhaz's passing, kind of like the role he ended up taking up with when Panarin passed.
The mother would say, if it's all right, it's not much, but it's just a traditional Celestran blessing to be read.
I'll be more than happy to read it if you would like.
And she hands you a piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hand you a piece of paper because I think that's a wonderful idea and don't have it yet. So we'll keep going for now.
Okay.
We'll work around it for now.
Do you want me to read this before or after I say my piece?
Whenever you think would be appropriate.
Okay. So I think someone just saying, like, if you need anything throughout the ceremony, he's going to point to, like, people that he's going to point to his assistant, his Lord Oceanswell, and say, that gentleman there will be able to assist you with anything that you need today. And Sawun, I think, would also inform them of, like, the notable people that, like, Sawun invited to this as a courtesy, just to let them know. And Sawun makes it clear that, like, once his duties are over speaking, he will spend time with the family and introduce them to people and just be at, like, their disposal for the rest of the day and however long they're in Reese.
Yeah, their sister looks at you and nods and says, "Thank you. Appreciate this immensely. It's very nice of you to do this for my brother."
I think that it's not a problem at all. It's my honor to be able to do this for your brother. He was a good man.
You hear a little bit of tink, 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 tink. Someone's like chipping away at something.
Mm-hmm. So, like, I'll turn and look.
Yeah, do we ever name our artist?
I have not picked out a name for them.
Okay.
I don't really know who they are besides the things I put into.
Yeah, no, that's enough for me to work on. Yeah, so they are let's see, look at this. High skill, symbolically savvy and disciplined, lack of self-confidence, and overly sensitive. Yeah. So you see the artist. I think that I think she is a I think she's a goblin, another Celestian goblin. And you see her, like, underneath the tarp that's protecting the statue. You see, like, bubbling underneath it, as someone is clearly moving underneath there. And, like, normally you would be worried, but you have seen this multiple times. This person has behaved this way. And I think her name is Hazra.
Mm-hmm.
And you see her working on like, doing something, maybe working on the statue last minute or something like that. And she looks, she pops out and looks nervous and sweaty. like nods, and then sort of looks at you questioningly.
Yeah, so I'll like excuse myself from the family and walk over to her.
Is it good? Did it come out? Do you think it worked?
Yeah, of course. So like, do you mind if I take a look?
No, of course, please.
Yeah, so like Sawin will like go under the tarp with her to like look at it.
Yeah, and so you get under the tarp, and she just casts light immediately so that you can see underneath there.
Mhm.
And she says, I don't know. I tried to fix it exactly like you wanted. Is it good? Does it work? Is it saying what you want?
Yeah, so can you describe what she has done then, or is that up for me?
I'm more comfortable. I want to leave it up to you. You're the one who commissioned this. You made
Okay.
this. I want this to be what you want it to be.
I think I would want Garhaz to be smiling. And like Sawin would have like obviously like given her sketches and stuff because like that was something that Sawin did when he would go there, is like he would sketch people. And I think that like at his feet there would be like a like proper potato, but then like the other things by his feet would be just like potato flowers. Like so for people who don't know what potato flowers look like, potatoes are in the nightshade family, which is the same as tomatoes. Hilariously enough. But Samhain, um, the um, the significance of having the potato flowers is just something that I think really sort of speaks to what we were doing as a group, and like Samhain would have wanted that to be like definitely like a feature that was in the statue, um, mainly because like there are things in the Nightshade family that will nourish you and feed you, but then there's also something that can take away, and Garhaz was something that was taken away. And even though we were trying to do something good for the whole of not only like the whole of Racy, but Chalestra and like Isaim as a whole, I guess.
Yeah. So I think what she's done is she really wanted to convey loss and absence. And so she has like the potato flowers there at the bottom. But one of them, to convey its absence, she's replaced with a like a sheet that has a cutout of a potato flower. So there's two flowers that are there and one that is absent, one that is missing. And that's the change she's made this morning. Do you like it? You hate it?
Like Sawin's like openly weeping.
Is that good tears?
It's beautiful. Thank you.
I'm so relieved. I was so nervous that you wouldn't like it.
I wouldn't have picked you if I didn't like your work.
I don't know why you picked me at all. But thank you. I really... Thank you.
You have the same sort of light Garhaz had. That's why I picked you. You want to make the world a better place. It's evident in your work.
I mean, I try. Even if it's just to help with the memory.
And like Sawin, like not to be like condescending or anything, Sawin's just gonna like squat so he's on her level and say like, from one artist to another, that's the best we can do.
She like smiles and quivers a little bit with the smile. It's not like a confident smile. It's a tremorous one.
It has, like, and Sawin goes, it has been an honor and a pleasure working with you.
Okay, well, I'll stop now. I know it's the day. I shouldn't. Yeah.
You can't help when inspiration strikes, but this is perfect the way it is.
Can I hug you?
I'm fine with that.
She leans in and hugs you.
Yeah.
And says, I'm really sorry about your friend. I feel like I got to know him making this sculpture. I'm really sorry about your friend.
Thank you. Me too. And I would like, if it's all right with you, I would like you to take the honored seat next to the family, if you don't mind.
Mind? No, not at all. And she like turns and goes over to the family, and the sister introduces her. I think the sister met her before, and introduces her to the parents.
Oh yeah, Sawa wouldn't have let her like go by herself. He definitely would have like walked with her after like asking her to sit with the family.
I imagine that the family got in last night, and you introduced them last night. So
yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Kazan, you're there doing security. I assume you're early.
Yep.
Oh, Jess, I just shared something with you. Feel free to take that or not. But yeah, I figure, Kaz, you're doing security?
Yeah.
So you're probably there first.
Yeah, I have Latka with me, because we can telepathically communicate as long as we're a mile of each other.
Yes, we can.
Yes. So you are to keep sight of Sawin at all costs. Understood?
Easy to spot. And if not smart, easy to smell.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll be probably sticking close to Lotka as well, and I'll leave Lady Iria in the hands of Harville Buntlebread.
Okay, beautiful. Sort of a first big test.
And I am here as Kamala, who appears to be human, older woman, gray hair, hijab.
Then Captain comes up to you and says, everything looking good?
I mean, it looks good, but...
These ceremonies, they always pull out the red carpet, and whenever they pull out the red carpet, they make us come, but boy, if I know why. These things are usually a waste of time.
This is special.
Oh, I don't mean like the ceremony's a waste of time. I meant like work.
Right. I appreciate you trying to make jokes, but I'm kind of tense. I have a bad feeling about today.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any actionable information on that feeling?
No. It's just a feeling. But I think everyone should be on their utmost guard. I mean, think about it. We have so many important people coming here. That alone.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I'll pass the word around. Sort of smiles and shrugs. I'll go tell everyone to be on their toes. Maybe we'll do a spot inspection just to, get them thinking.
That'd be good.
Cool. Goes around and does an inspection. Thomas and Juniper, What time do you guys arrive at this ceremony? What's that? You know, it sounds like guests are arriving between 10 and 11. The ceremony's at 11.
Yeah, I might arrive a little bit before Stepwise does. So yeah, I'll probably stop by the temple. So like maybe like an hour beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Thomas?
That sounds good because I've got priests to organize. And we're herding cats a little bit, just like kind of diverting as many people as are trained in this ritual and can also be spared.
Mm-hmm.
So probably like 3-4 people and like a couple acolytes who have been trained on the bowls.
Sure.
Love some bowls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I may come with Stepwise in this case. Just because the last time she was at an event and I was not there the whole time.
Is there a signal for what we're doing?
For me, I think for us, since there isn't food, like there isn't drink for him to have, we may be like on the DL for that for right now until like the actual party happens.
Gotcha. So this is something that we're planning for after the ceremony, which I like because it'll keep the ceremony intact.
Yeah, exactly.
Incidentally, I don't want to having read the eulogy ahead of time, there's going to be something referenced that I want Thomas to be able to do an insight check when it's said, but I am not going to interrupt Jess at all. So I just wanted to drop that in here now.
Yeah. Well, if you'd like to roll that insight check in advance,
okay,
that's fine by me.
Okay.
Just what this is that Thomas is insight checking?
No.
Okay. Then we'll roll that insight check in advance, but we will resolve it post event.
Okay, great.
Okay. And we can determine whether it's persuasion or deception post event, and if a roll needs to happen. It's probably performance though, but whatever, we'll figure it out. But more likely than not, Samhain will tell the answer. Thomas, one of your acolytes comes into the temple looking a little harried and nervous.
What's going on? Is it nerves about the event?
No, I'm not involved. Sorry. A lot of fishermen are reporting. I just thought you should know as the priest.
Fishermen?
Yeah.
What's happening?
Well, it's high tide. It's not supposed to be.
Right.
Like the tide's supposed to be middle, and it's high.
Is that something that can be known to happen before a tidal wave?
Yes.
Okay. He's going to jot a note down very quickly, informing Samhain of this, and task his fastest, temple kid or whoever with running it over to Samhain, because this is important information.
Okay.
And in the meantime, I don't know who to talk to about something like this. This is like, we just finished dealing with a massive disaster, but that was more play it by ear, where we were dealing with things as they happened. This is more preventative, potentially. Is there any kind of check I can do for like anything else that might be the result of something like this that you would know of, or the cause of something like this?
Displacement of large amounts of water.
Yeah. How's the sky look?
Fine.
Okay, there's no like storminess, there's no like tornadoes off in the distance.
No, it's cold gray air. More than anything else, gray air, timeless, just sort of that. It's fog, which is common in the city, but it's higher up, so it's a little bit more distant. It doesn't feel like claustrophobic or anything. It's just like the inside of a pearl.
Okay. He's going to ask his friend, is there anything that you can sense? What's happening right now?
There is something that is preventing my senses in the sea.
Is that something that your special friend can possibly accomplish?
I didn't think so, but he's been planning for this day for a long time.
Oh, bloody fuck. All right. All right. Damn, and the note's already gone off to Samhain. I don't suppose he could chase after Juno or something. No, she wouldn't have come by if they'd arranged it ahead of time that it was happening afterwards. And he doesn't know where to find Kaz. He's gonna try to send another. No. Who would his second in command be for knowledgeability about stuff like this?
Who's second in command?
Someone who's been with the temple for a while and who knows how to do this ritual.
Sure, yeah. Who's our? I've forgotten his name already, but our friend who's the druid doing stuff. What's his name?
Oh, the druid, the druids with the temple.
Your plant growth person, the person who's doing the plant growth.
Oh yes. The.
What's his name? Yeah, I remember my name so well.
I like have it written down somewhere that I do not have in front of me.
What if it's on roll 20?
I know, I'm scrolling through it right now.
It wasn't Iska.
Iska Waterbearer.
It wasn't Iska. Iska Waterbearer is our well, someone else.
Yeah.
Doesn't go back far enough. We have to go into the ancient.
Brother.
Yes.
I need you to take over the ritual today, unfortunately.
You're not going to do it yourself?
Something very urgent has come up, and he's writing as he's saying this, so he might be a little like absent-minded. He's basically letting Samhain know that something big is coming, and he's going to try to do what he can to lead it away from the city, but he's not going to be able to make it. And so belay that insight check, I guess, because he won't be there to make it.
Fair enough.
And he's going to say, if you and the rest could head over early, maybe advise someone about moving to higher ground or something. I have to go.
Thanks, Jess. I will do my best. You know that the Primarch will be there, yes?
Yes, well, that could be a good thing or a bad thing, depending.
He may take it as an insult that you are not performing the ceremony. Faye? All good?
Are we in a horror movie?
Sorry, the Lois tried to jump onto the computer from behind it and closed it and then caused another crack in the screen. So now my screen is bisected in 2 ways. Okay.
Oh, no.
She did it last time.
She knows she can be replaced, right?
We paid too much money getting her healed. We're not, no.
Well, Unfortunately, I have bigger problems than what the Primarch thinks of a social slight today. And if he has a problem,
will take on your role in the ritual.
thank you, Brother Starsong. I'll never forget you.
Nor will I ever forget my own name.
And if he has a problem, he can take it up with the High Priestess when she returns.
Of course. Good luck.
Thank you. I may need it. He's gonna try to. I wonder whether. No, he's just gonna cast Fly. He's gonna take off along the coastline. I think northerly, but also further into the ocean.
Okay.
He's got Fly for an hour.
Mercury is gonna hang out with you. It's fun flying, right, boss?
Yes, on a normal day, I suppose.
I mean, I know this is stressful, but it's my job to cheer you up sometimes, so I'm gonna make flying jokes.
Okay, maybe make them infrequently.
I can negotiate with you once every 4 seconds.
Let's try 4 minutes. How about that? I have a feeling this is going to take a while.
Okay.
And he's going to ask his patron, is there anything we can do? Can we go any faster? How far? It can't get to the city. It can't reach it. It'll be a disaster. So many people will die.
You are about to feel something very strange. It may hurt a little, but you'll go fast. And you feel a ripping sensation in your shoulder blades as massive wings grow out. It's a huge wingspan. Just try flapping and gliding. You'll be fine.
Thank you.
You have a substantially larger fly speed and can cover more ground.
Okay. He's beaten tracks.
Okay. Mela and Juniper are arriving at the ceremony.
Yes. Unknowing.
Sans cat.
Yeah, Sans cat, who has clawed the heck out of me. All right, so yeah. She would probably kind of try to stick a little close by. Thank you for the first aid kit. I think she's probably a little bit distracted. Has Kaz told anybody about what she saw?
I would sure hope so. Probably. Yeah.
Okay.
Note.
So yeah, she would have told Stepwise that something's probably going to happen here.
Yeah. Do illusions work on you?
Huh?
Do illusions work on you?
On me?
Yeah.
I do not have true sight.
Okay.
So
I didn't know if you got that at some point because of your illusionist subclass or something.
One day I will.
Excellent. I look forward to that day. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you see Magli schmoozing and like speaking with people and chatting. He's arrived. Mela sort of harumphs at this and says, well, I guess I'm gonna have to make the rounds too. You have things to attend to though?
Yeah, probably a bit, but I'll keep an eye out.
It's the healthy choice.
And, in case anything happens, I'm here. So she is going to just look around, make sure there aren't any drinks around. There are no drinks? We're
Nope.
good.
Nope.
Okay. A level of stress has gone down.
Mm-hmm.
So she is going to keep an eye on Blackice.
Mm-hmm.
Is Salwyn in the crowd? Or Salwyn's getting ready?
I think he would have had like a private booth set up for him, like sort of like a master like tent, so to speak, where he's like making sure like last minute preparations are going. He's got like paperwork that he's probably got in front of him for certain things. So he's probably in the tent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Juno's probably gonna just kind of like go around on the outside, just take a look at the crowd, and while she's kind of verging on the edge, if she doesn't see Thomas, she is going to ask where he is. And by that I mean she's going to send a sending spell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which will basically just be Juno being like, "Hey, it's almost starting. Do you know where are you? This is Juno."
I'm not going to be able to make it. Sent word to Samhain. Ask him. Tide is high. Likely tidal wave. Possibly kraken. Leading away from town.
Oh. Okay, so she's gonna send another sending real quick and be like, "Do you need my help?"
Need all the help I can get. If tide's still high, possibly evacuate to higher ground. Can't see city, don't know if needed.
Okay. Yeah, she's gonna if she's gone close to where the so he's already said that he told Samhain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so she's gonna kind of sneak by the tent. Are there a lot of people like guarding the tent or anything? Does she kind of slip in at all?
It's not heavily guarded. It's certainly possible for you to slip in. There's guards and they're on their duty. Are you not allowed in this tent for some reason?
I don't know. Am I allowed in the tent?
I would think so.
Would not prohibit people from coming to see him in the tent.
Yeah.
Parenthetically, the gray-headed albatross has a flight speed of roughly 80 miles per hour.
Good to know.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm going to slip in to see Samhain and be like, "Oh wow, you look like me half the time. Do you need any help?"
Have I gotten the note from Thomas yet?
Yes. I imagine that it's around this time. You've got this note and Juniper enters at the same time.
How long till the ceremony starts?
We'll say 20 minutes.
I might need your help. I have to. I think I have to do something that we've all been saying I should not do.
Okay. Is this related to the Thomas thing?
Yeah, we're not going to be able to evacuate in enough time.
Yeah, probably not. So what do we do?
Well, I need to be able to do my connection, and I just might need you to be my eyes here while I do that.
Okay. Do you want me to cast the private bubble for you?
Yes, that would be wonderful.
Okay. And oh yeah, and before this, she totally would have cast non-detection on herself.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
No
because that's like a whole
no
thing.
I trust you.
Okay. So yeah, she's going to cast Private Sanctum. And it's just gonna look a little hazy, like someone's been smoking some cigarettes or something in here. But they'll be able to see Juno. And yeah, so she casts it with pretty much every ward that she can with it.
Okay.
And she'll have Intellect Fortress prepared just in case something seems to go wrong with Samhain.
Okay. Kazan, what are you doing?
So, well, that's what I'm wondering, because I would have asked Lotka to keep eyes on Samhain.
Mm-hmm.
So when this happens,
I think Lotka would immediately tell you, Juniper has joined Samhain in the tent. They seem to be speaking in hushed voices. I can't smell what they're saying.
get closer. They should recognize you.
A dog runs into the tent.
Is this the one? Have I seen him before? I have.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, it's Latka. Okay, yeah, so she's gonna be like, come here, come here, come here, come here, and she'll just accept him in. He can come in and give him the scritchies.
Not that I don't appreciate these scritches; they are delightful. But I am here with orders from Kazan.
Oh yes, thank you. So we need to make sure that people don't come in who are not you or Kazan or someone that we know. She'll describe stepwise just in case. And yeah, and she'll just be like, so we need to make sure that they're safe, and also you should tell Kazan if you can that we might be getting a high tide soon, so she should be on her guard.
2 more scritches?
2 more scritches for sure. Like such a good boy.
I don't believe we've met, but I am Latka. And he nods his dog head and then turns and walks outside the tent and sits down like a guard dog. And then like telepathically communicates with Kaz and tells Kaz what's going on. Solomon?
Yeah. I'm gonna, with 20 minutes, I've never had to do this on a time crunch before. But I'm going to do my dreamscape thing.
Beautiful.
And I'm going to look for coral reef Yemis.
Beautiful. Okay.
So I'm going to think of Tiss.
Yeah.
And the colored line that Tiss had.
Yeah. And you spot that line instantly. So you close your eyes and you're thinking of Tiss. And I think thinking of Tiss conjures just an image of Tiss in your mind, but it's not directly in front of you. It's like a little off to the side. And so when you turn to look at it, you see that colored line moving from Tiss outward. I need to roll the most horrible roll I've ever rolled in my life.
Oh god.
I am wearing my ring of protection, FYI. I have non-detection on me.
I'm glad.
Should you roll good or roll bad?
What?
Do you want to roll good or roll bad?
I want to roll bad here, but I'm gonna roll secretly.
Noonan.
I'm gonna roll secretly. Okay.
So does you can only cast non-detection at the level that it is. You cannot cast it at a greater.
It doesn't make
level.
a difference at a greater level, yeah.
Does greater invisibility do anything before you do this roll?
Sure, that would make a difference.
Yeah, I would like to cast greater invisibility on myself. Great.
Excellent. Do you want to add anything to this ritual, Juniper? Is there any way that you want to add in more protection for someone?
Yeah. So Juno is going to, let's see. I think she would have used, because I was going to say she would have prepared the Intellect Fortress, but honestly, Intellect Fortress is a buff. So I think she would have done that for him, because basically that is going to be resistant to psychic damage, and you get an advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws.
Okay. Beautiful.
If I knew this was happening, I would have done something as well.
You would have been within 10 feet to give the bonus? I'll allow that. Or what are you thinking of?
I was also going to cast a spell.
What spell?
Protection from evil and good.
Perfect. Are you there? Do you know? Is Kaz told that this is the plan, Sawan? Do you tell them
that is the question.
that this is the plan? You do?
Someone would have told everybody what he was doing. He wouldn't have said who he doesn't want to say who he's doing it with out loud.
Mm-hmm.
But he's just saying, I'm going to make a deal. And
I think Lotka just hears this, stands up, runs over, and physically grabs Kaz by the arm and starts dragging you towards the tent.
Lotka and I switch places. Lotka's outside and I'll be inside.
Mm.
Yep.
Okay. So you're casting protection from good and evil.
Yeah.
We've got Intellect Fortress. We've got Greater Invisibility. We've got Non-Detection.
I have Glyph of Warning, but I don't know what it does. Hold on, let me see. No, it doesn't work. We're
Okay.
good.
Sorry, +2 +4 is 6, +4 is 10, +3 is 13.
If I cast guidance on myself, does that do anything?
It might. It'll be exactly what it says. It'll be a D4.
Cool. I will do that too.
Okay, Samhain, this is going to sound like an insane roll, but it is exactly what I need you to do. I need to actually, the first thing I need to know is, what is your charisma saving throw?
My charisma saving throw is a +8.
Okay, so this is going to be +8 +13.
Hang on.
Plus a D4. So this is going to be
8
1D20 +21 plus a D4.
So 1D20 +21 plus 1D4.
Yes.
All right, let's see if I did this right in the Roll20 chat.
33. Okay. Good to know. Over the ocean, we have Thomas flying on gorgeous wings. Quite fetching. Thomas, what are you looking for here? What are you hoping to see?
Honestly, he's just kind of watching the ocean for any sign of change as he puts as much distance as possible between him and any settlement.
Mhm.
Because if this thing is operating based on sense, like it can sense his patron and it's headed for it, he's hoping it's not just making a beeline for Racy regardless, because it knows that was where he was generally located. He's hoping he can actively sense, or it can actively sense his patron, in which case he's trying to head further into the open ocean, like northwesterly of the coast, and just watching for any change, the sky, the ocean.
You see a massive discolored grayish, greenish circle. Maybe a dome, but it's huge. Underneath the surface of the water. Slowly moving towards Racy.
Still?
Yes. And your patron says, it's not the last form he had, although I think that's him.
What can we do? Is there any way to chain him again?
I don't have the power. The best you can hope is to persuade.
Fine.
Can you breathe underwater?
You know I can, darling.
Great. You ready to dive?
I'm going to be sore in the morning after all this. And he pulls into a dive, and he just plunges into the ocean.
You see before you the largest, most massive human male face you've ever seen. To say that this is big is such a grotesque understatement. This form, whatever, for Thomas's reference, It is larger than any building you've seen. It is larger than many mountains you've seen. This giant figure is 3 times, for our out-of-game reference, 3 times the size of the Statue of Liberty. It towers at about 900 feet from crown to toe. This giant. And it looks at you with crossed eyes because you're so close to it. And it says, "You're the servant." And I think with that, we're going to cut to Samhain. Samhain, there is a blue line that is moving from Tis onwards. I think you see Tis active, stabbing a spear into the ground and making a speech of some sort. Not engaged in combat, but clearly speaking about something in an impassioned manner. Very emphatically speaking. But you can't really hear what he's saying. It sounds garbled, like sound through water. But you can see the line that you know connects him to Yemis.
Can I try to focus to listen to what he's saying? And can I find out if this is truly like Tis and I'm just seeing him like in Prian, or if this is a fake?
Roll an insight check.
17.
Tis is speaking in an impassioned manner. It seems like he's speaking to a room or a bar about coming together, about the need to work together for mutual benefits. He's talking about something called a skeleton room and how they could perhaps clear out the skeleton room as a group and make it safer for everyone. And he's speaking, it seems like it's the sort of thing that he would say. In some ways, it seems inspired by Illumina. And maybe by Panarin.
I think that would be good enough for Samhain.
Okay.
And he will move as fast as he can move.
Do anything to increase your movement speed. Remember that this is a fictional positioning, so it doesn't have to be something that's obvious. If you have emotional dead weight that you want to cut away, or something spiritual that you want to accomplish.
I think what his focus is protecting Racy. Like, that is the only concern in his mind right now.
Flying or swimming down this cord of light at lightning speed, you see in the distance that it seems to have become refracted, like it's going in all directions, but you can't see why at first. Do you want to stop and roll a perception check, or just keep going and find out what it is?
I think that would give me pause, so I'll slow down to see if I can make out what it is.
Roll a perception check.
Fuck, I rolled an 8.
You're going to have to get closer to see it.
All right, yeah, then I pick back up again.
The cord, which you know connects to Yemis, or you believe connects to Yemis, is hitting a small glass sphere. And just like light, it starts bouncing around in every which way, becoming its own spectrum. And holding that glass sphere is a weird looking skeleton wearing deep crimson robes with gold embroidered upon it. And instead of a skeleton head, well, he has a skeleton head, but he has rubies embedded into the bone, going down the left side of his face, almost like a scar.
So he's got it in a ball.
Yeah. I thought you might come this way. It seemed a desperate enough situation to draw you out. You're well hidden, you know.
One needs to take precautions at all times.
Yes.
My position.
One does. And a musician. And a public speaker. And a revolutionary at that. I never would have guessed. Mostly your kind, well, they lose their grip on reality relatively quickly.
My kind?
Conduits.
And here I thought you meant tieflings.
Don't play the idiot with me. I don't have patience and you don't have time.
You're right. I don't. And Sawin will pull out his deck of cards. And he will do a 3-card spread. Actually, no. I'm sorry. He pulls out his deck of cards and he begins shuffling them. And he begins to deal them as if they were normal playing cards. And he's going to deal the whole deck. But before he gets to the last card, he conjures Dimension Door and goes back the way he came. Because he's got somebody else in mind.
Yeah. You won't find them.
What was that?
He calls out after you.
What'd he say?
You won't find them. You're on the right path. I'm just blocking you.
Find whom?
The flock of fish.
Well, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And so Sawin is still going through the Dimension Door, and this time he's thinking of a fable that Panarin told to him about the creation of Priam. And he is going to look for a tree.
Beautiful. I love it. Yeah. There you go. Perfect. I love it. Yeah. Can you roll for me a deception check at advantage?
Deception check at advantage. That's a nat 20! That's a nat 20!
Beautiful.
30
Yeah. He doesn't get you. He doesn't follow you. And you find yourself quite suddenly standing in midair. Everywhere you look around you, you see massive expanses of desert. And sand dunes are sort of clustered around you. But right underneath you, you see a beautiful oasis with a single gorgeous tree growing out of it. It's not a particularly big tree, but this is one of the most beautiful trees you've ever seen in your life.
So it's below me.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go down to the sand in front of the tree and just kneel.
Who are you, mortal?
It depends on who you ask. I'm a conduit. Some call me a bard, others call me a fool.
And are you a trickster?
My life is shades of gray.
You feel a cool breeze, which is the first time you've realized that the desert was hot, and the breeze feels friendly. And the voice says, "So you exist between things."
Yes.
Good. I like that. Those are the sorts of people I like. What brings you here? To me?
There are things happening in the world that are outside of my realm of being able to handle. And it seems to me that, with all due respect,
Such is the nature of mortals.
that ever since the covering has come down, we are nothing but child's playthings.
Yes, I felt that. All the lesser beings that came back or are coming back. All those that were trapped freed.
And there is, I know that, well, coming to you was not, again, with all due respect, not my first choice.
Was it your last?
Second.
Then in between, where I like things.
And you see, a good friend of mine once told me the fable of how Brian came to be.
When I led Cooltix on a merry chase all around the land, him always hunting me, never finding.
It seems that the being under whose star sign I am born has risen from the deep. And the only, the way I initially thought that I could save the city I'm currently in has been shut off to me. It seems that the Kraken has a wager with the Ruby Skeleton Man. I don't really have a whole lot of time. But I want to protect the city I live in, the people that I love. And I'm looking to make a deal.
And the people that you love, the city that you live in, is it part of my Priam?
It unfortunately is not.
And so my interests in the city would be through you alone.
That is correct.
So I grant you the power to stop the Kraken, and you offer me whatever I want to do so?
What would you like?
I don't know. It's been a while since anyone found me.
My father's named after you, just as an aside, but
Truly. What a great name.
I think so. I'm quite fond of it.
And what's your name, little one? You may have told me, but I am not infallible.
I am Someone.
Interesting. There is a world far from here where your name is a celebration.
Far from S2E4, you mean?
Yes. I don't have the details worked out in my mind, but a working relationship is manageable.
I had assumed that, and again, it's bold of me to assume, but I had figured that you had been in the desert so long that you could use company.
You're not wrong.
And that you miss playing tricks.
One of the problems with being always between things is that people pass right through you.
The friend who told me of of Priam's story was from Priam. I loved her very dearly, and she died in a horrific massacre.
I am sorry to hear that. I had a dear friend who was dead in a horrific massacre as well. Their name was Aaron, and I loved them, but they loved another, and their name has been cursed for their deal with me. But I can help you. I just think it worth warning you that not everyone who comes into my good graces stays in the worlds. Do we have a deal?
At this point in time, I don't really see another way forward. And if I don't make this deal, an entire city will be wiped off the map.
I need you to
and
say.
I will not be able to continue the work that I intend on doing on S2E4.
Then we have a deal. And the palm tree bends, and one of the fronds reaches out to you like a hand to shake.
I shake it.
And as you do, the roots of the tree lift up, and water that is cool and clear and wet rushes forth from the roots and covers your feet and gets the bit of your tail that touches the ground a little damp. And it feels cleansing and beautiful. Quick cut to Samhain. Sorry, from Samhain to Thomas. Thomas, this creature stands before you, massive. You
the servant of my captor.
With all the strength all the courage he does not feel, Thomas attempts to toss his hair underwater.
Floats.
Whatever you know about servants and masters and deals, I would advise you to forget about it immediately. I am High Priest Thomas Dagmar of Racy, and that is my city you are approaching. Turn around now.
You claim ownership over the city.
I do.
You know where your city was once my footstool as I sat upon my throne.
And then someone kicked it out from under you, didn't they?
You dare challenge me?
If you like it like that.
Yeah, I feel like Thomas needs to make an intimidation roll here. Do you have anything that you can do to help yourself on this roll?
Not a thing. It's a fucking 10.
Look at my size. You think you can challenge me? I could squash you with a pinky.
I've seen bigger.
No, you haven't.
He starts walking forward, ignoring you.
What are you even trying to accomplish? What could possibly be there for you?
All will see me and worship. I will return to my seat, and I will sit, and everyone, everywhere, will feed my hunger.
Well, you know Yemis is there already. I'm having to evict you people every other day. You may not think I'm much to worry about. What about them?
I will squash Yemis when they dare approach my power. Even gods fear my strength.
That's just destruction. That happens every day to islands all over the world.
Yes, I used an island to wipe my ass.
So it's not strength at all. It's just about being the biggest idiot on the playground.
Strength is power.
Not these days. People are worshipping a different type of fad. There's wars breaking out all over this world. They don't need you. You've got enough destruction.
Really care about their wars as long as they feed me.
Well, there's not going to be anybody left to feed you. You're going to wipe out everybody there. The villages, everything inland. A tsunami that size is going to be destructive. So you're going to sit on a hillside by yourself and feel important. What do you want? What do you really want?
Yeah, roll a persuasion check.
It's an 11.
I want my seat back. And he starts walking again. Slow, heavy steps. But even slow, heavy steps move pretty fast.
So he said that Racy was where he used to camp out, basically.
Yeah, I mean, he used to sit. He actually. What he's implying to you is that he used to sit in the mountains of Abarak. Like, he used to just sit on top of the mountains of Abarak, is what he's claiming. And would hang out there. And people would bring him the gifts. And he just happens to be going through Racy. He actually, I don't know. He may not actually care that much about Racy.
Yeah, I don't know what I know about Abarak.
It's just in the center of the Shimmering Seas map. That's really what it matters there.
He's gonna ask his patron. He's gonna say, you may not have the power to slow him down. Do you know anything else in this area? Anything else we could find? Anything? I know so little about these things.
He's big. But in addition to that, my experience is that he won't back down from intimidation, but he's easily riddled or tricked. We'll have a quick flash just briefly to Juniper and Kazan in the tent. Sawin's body is still, as Sawin is searching for things. What are you guys doing while you're there?
Is Child Yemis here?
Sorry, what?
Is Child Yemis here?
Yeah, you see a girl who's here with her parents. Her parents seem dead of eye.
Yeah, I'm gonna have Latka stay inside the tent.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna walk over there to Child Yemis.
Oh, hi.
Hey, do you know what's going on?
Some sort of honorific ceremony? I don't know. I got an invitation from Magli.
Did you not see the pallid one just hanging out on the walls here?
She looks around. That's interesting.
Yeah, something's coming.
Do you know what?
What? I don't think I would, actually.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think I would. No, I don't know what. Apparently, his friend. Apparently it's high tide. You might have to evacuate. Ring any bells?
I'm not in a position to deal with it right now. Do you have methodology that can help? Too much of my power is stored elsewhere. It's trying to... I can grant you more time. Would that help?
Yes.
Is it you or your little friends? She twiddles her fingers, helping.
My friends. Yes.
There's 4 of you?
Yes.
And she sort of looks around trepidatiously and then says, can you have someone cause some sort of distraction?
I telepathically contact Latka and tell him to just run out and cause havoc.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Latka runs out and starts barking, woof, 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 running over. He throws over a table and a chair. And as this happens, he's really careful not to throw over too much stuff, though. It's all like a couple papers get loose, basically. But everyone's sort of looking at it. And as he's doing this, Child EMS just holds up a glowing hand and taps it to your chest and says, "That should be good for 4 people if you can touch them."
Okay. I'll go over and tap.
Yeah. As you start moving, you realize that everyone around you is moving at about 1/8 speed.
Well, this is uncomfortable. So I'll go and tap Juno and Samhain. Holy shit, definitely can't tap Thomas.
Oh man.
Shit.
Okay. So do you think we should grab Samhain and bring him to higher ground? But that would get rid of my spell that I used for him to keep him safe.
And leave everyone here?
Yeah, I know. We can't leave everyone here. Should we start dragging everybody else up? What do we do?
I guess we have to start evacuating, even if there's... Well, we're all going really fast right now, so I think if I try to talk to anyone, it'll look kind of odd. So maybe if I give the captain a note and they can start evacuating, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna write a note for Stepwise as well. And I'm gonna look at her at Kaz and be like, what do we do about Blackice? He's here. Do we tell him too? Do we?
No, I think it'd be odd for either of us. I mean, I'm Kamala right now. It'd be odd for either of us to just go up to him. Maybe odder for you than me, but...
You look outside and you see that the sea level in the distance is substantially higher than what you're used to.
Yeah, okay, let's go.
All right, so...
Yeah.
All right.
You're going to start trying to evacuate people. You're telling the captain to evacuate people. You're telling Mela to evacuate people. And okay, yeah, sounds good. Back to Thomas.
Thomas is going to say to his patron, I need you to play along if this works and get ready to abandon ship from me the second you can, all right? Or the last second. Just
What are you intending? Well, I guess I can't stop you.
Thank you, my friend. He calls after it. There's still going to be someone more powerful than you out there.
Let
When
them
you try
come.
to have revenge,
He stops instantly.
wouldn't it make returning to your throne that much sweeter?
He turns around. I'm listening.
You know the chain has bound itself to me.
Yes.
It's a double-edged sword, you know. It can't get out either. And he pulls his shirt aside to reveal part of his tattoo.
A permanent binding, bound to your flesh and your soul. What are you offering?
Wouldn't you rather lock your captor away somewhere instead? Let them go mad for millennium. Let them have a taste of what you suffered.
This torment would be endless. A giant, slow-moving hand reaches towards you.
Just before it gets to him, Thomas is going to say, go.
This is what I deserve. And you feel the stabbing of 1,000 needles in your flesh at once as he exits. And you see a lithe, long, serpentine form, just very long and wiry, and the scales are not the same color you saw last time. Before they were a steely gray, but now they have the maroons and turquoises and aquas and maroons of a rainbow fish. And this creature grabs your patron, holding him stiffly in his physical form, and then looks at you and says, "You can prepare yourself. I must find a place to bind this idiot. But I will return to my throne within 6 months." And he starts walking back. Samhain, you've made a pact with Osthos, and you pop back into your body. And everyone's moving very slowly around you for some reason.
Okay. Where's Juniper and where's Kazan?
They're out. It looks like they're the only ones who are moving normally. They seem like they're trying to evacuate people.
No need.
Yeah?
No?
I made a deal.
Oh boy.
Come again?
You turn and you see that the tidal wave is coming towards you.
It is.
It's not as big or as devastating as it would have been, but you hear a voice in your head say, let's get closer to the coast. It'll be more dramatic.
Is this the voice that I heard?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be right back. And can I dimension door, like how far are we from the coast? Can I dimension door to the coast?
You're 300 feet from the coast, so no big deal.
Yeah, fine. I do it.
Yeah. And can you look left and right, please, for my sake? Just so that I can see where I'm aiming.
Yeah, so he looks left. He looks right.
Perfect. So I'm thinking a wall, preferably invisible so we can see the splash. Maybe 6, 7, 8, 10 miles will do. Hold out your hands.
So Sawan holds out his hands, palms face up.
I've been told that this feels a little strange the first time this happens. When something is casting magic through you.
It needs to be done. So do it.
it feels like water is rushing from behind your body, through your body, and out the front of your body. Just like flowing constantly. And as you do this, Kazan, Juniper, you two see as this very faint, almost translucent, pale blue, in fact, entirely translucent, very faint, pale blue wall just starts to grow out of Samhain and just starts expanding up and down the coast and up into the clouds. And you see in the distance Thomas flying back on wings, glorious wings, and the water is coming and it crashes into the wall in this beautiful slow moving picture, and it explodes upwards and back, but no droplet overcomes the wall, and not one part of the city is dampened. The water crashes back to the ground, and you see Thomas flying back. And I think that's where we have to end today's session.
Oh.
Is everyone okay?
Oh, honey.
Oh boy.
Okay. So we need to rescue Thomas's dude then, right?
Yeah.
Time to save the chain?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So I already have a plan cooking, so
We got
as soon as it happened, I was like, "Yep, I already got a plan."
Good. Because Thomas didn't expect that to happen at all. It was supposed to take him, and he didn't know his patron was going to have a corporeal form, and he thought he'd be able to escape.
Oh.
He wasn't gonna let you be taken.
He thinks you're peachy keen.
Well, I wasn't trying to let him be taken, so there. Why is he getting his way? That's dumb.
This is like that story where the one person cut off their hair to get a watch chain and the other person sold the watch in order to
But with gods.
Yeah, okay. Let's hand out some experience points, yeah? Did you learn something about the Primarch, his supporters, his whatever, that one?
I think we did.
We learned he and Hubert Songshore are falling out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which
That's
I
true.
fully intend to exploit.
All these things. Oh my god. Cool boy. Okay. Okay, one experience point for that.
Are we still on doubles?
Sorry, what?
Are we still on double points or no? We're back to singles.
I think we're just pooling.
We're back on singles, but we're pooling. We're doing group experience points now.
Okay.
Yeah. And the rule is that there's working towards is going to be 1 point, and accomplishing is going to be 2 points. But this first one is only 1 point possible because it's just a guiding light. Did you learn about Magli?
Yeah.
Okay. 2. Did you express your character's class, species, or background in a meaningful or impactful way? Anyone want to nominate anyone?
I would like to nominate Thomas.
Yeah.
Of course.
And Sarah.
Yeah.
Okay, Thomas, I'll give you 2 points for that. Sarah, do you want to nominate someone?
Yes. I mean, I think there's a couple obvious ones, so I'll go for Kaz instead. She was definitely doing her bodyguard thing, and she definitely utilized her contacts within the guard to try to find out more information from Pallid One.
Perfect. Yeah. 2 points to Kaz. Nia, do you want to nominate someone?
Well, Samhain's gotta get that one for that whole dreamscape sequence. Oh,
Yeah.
I thought he was going to find Panarin, and it was still so incredibly like, oh my god.
Oh, that's
That
very
also
cool.
Caught me at a left field. I was not prepared for someone to go hang out with those, but I'm happy it happened. Works for me. Jess, do you want to nominate?
Yes. I would like to nominate Juniper for pulling in with the assists and the buffs.
Yeah,
real wizard
because that could have ended up so much worse.
Oh yeah,
for me.
10 options of badness, and like you got one that you circumvented easily. So, that was great. Beautiful. Did you? Fuck this question. Did you overcome a meaningful obstacle or impediment to your character? Solid. Would you like 2 points for this?
Yes, I would.
Okay, fair enough.
I would like to take the maximum amount of points for this.
I strongly agree.
I don't think anybody's being humble this week.
No, I agree. Juniper, did you feel like you overcame an obstacle or worked towards overcoming an obstacle?
I don't know. I know we were just saying we're not going to be humble this week, but I don't know. I don't know if I did. I mean,
Would you consider working towards your planning against Plague and Iska Waterbearer to be working towards overcoming an obstacle, if not overcoming one? You planned a tentative ambush. I mean, it was jokingly, but it was also a plan. You planned plans, not the invasion of Normandy, but plans nonetheless.
I mean, that is true.
I don't know why I find that joke so funny, but I still find it funny.
But I think, I think that and the solidifying her, might have to make some. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. Sorry, I can't say.
Okay, no point for you. Sarah, did Thomas overcome an obstacle or an impediment?
Yeah, like a few.
Yeah, I agree. Do you want to single one out in particular or no?
I mean, that last one right there, probably.
Okay. And Nia, what about Kazan?
Well, I don't know if the overcoming part has happened yet, but the decision to heal by not healing hand means was not.
I agree. I thought that was a very impactful decision. I moved quickly through it, but I thought it was a hugely impactful decision. I'd be happy to give you 2 points for that if you'd like, but I could, if you feel that it's only one, then that's fine too.
I think it'll be more impactful if she actually does it.
Okay, sounds good. That seems totally reasonable to me. I like that. Beliefs. Juniper, did you accomplish your belief or work towards it, or neither?
I worked towards it, but I didn't accomplish it yet.
Sounds good. What was it?
The belief was to try to convince
Plague, right? Thank you.
The plague person. So I've made some plans in that direction, but
definitely working towards that. Nia, did you accomplish and or work towards a belief?
Work towards it. The event's not over yet, so I wouldn't say accomplished it.
Sounds good. Thomas.
I think that the saga of unraveling everything that happened at the Grand Accord is not nearly over, but in a sense, I do believe he worked towards and accomplished, in a way, his belief of trying to locate somebody who could tell him more about what happened.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Works for me. And Sawin.
Parts of me wants to be like, yeah, I did it, but also it's still a work in progress.
No, I think you did it. If that's okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm happy if you want to try and do it again next week and like do even more. But like,
Okay.
I feel
Yeah,
like
that's what I was like wondering because
yeah,
of like
we will
I
start with the
prevented
ceremony.
this.
We're gonna start with the actual ceremony next week.
Okay.
But, yeah, absolutely. It feels wrong to not give you 2 points.
Okay.
Speaking of which, this is something that we've never spoken about before. With this group, but this sort of belief system is hacked and or stolen from a cool and interesting RPG that has an additional reward in it that I've never spoken about nor given really 2 hoots about because it is so rare to come up. It's the highest reward that they offer in that RPG, and oh boy, I very rarely expect to see it ever come up. But I would argue that 2 people literally had it come up today and dealt with it. It's a reward for people who put aside their personal beliefs or their personal goals or their personal understanding of themselves for the betterment of a larger society or group. Now, one of the things that's weird about that is that if your personal goals are the betterment of a larger society or group, then there's no way to earn this point, basically. But here, Samhain has been someone who's been very adamant about not making a deal. And we had Samhain make a deal. And Thomas is someone who's really developed a friendship here and intended to make a sacrifice. I would like to reward both those things with 3 points each, if that's okay with everyone at the table. Is that an okay thing for me to do? Okay. Well, with that then, I have you all leveling up.
For what it's worth.
Yeah. Thank you all, those of you that are watching us. Hope you had a good time. It was a wild ride for us. It's getting close to 1 a.m. for some of these people, though, so we've got to turn out the lights and go to bed. But it's sessions like that that are why I do RPGs. That was amazing. And thank you all for telling this awesome story and for letting me be a part of it. It feels fantastic. If you like our content, check out some of our other stuff. I can't imagine a better advertisement than this episode. We've got shows every Monday, Thursday, and Friday, and Sunday. And it's just a lot of fun. Go in peace, live a happy life as best one can. Support and help those that need help and support. And as always, don't forget to call your cat and feed your mother. Bye.